Welcome to the BEASTwriter Family, where social media engagement is encouraged. I am your host, Ryan Sakamoto, and today we have the honor and privilege of meeting with my dear friend, former 49ers strength and conditioning coach, TJ Terrell Jones. How are you doing, TJ? And what is new with you these days?
I'm doing great. I'm glad that we kind of out of a lockdown, as I told you before that I'm coaching, at San Jose City Community College women's softball. I'm assistant coach, and it was nice to be back on the field and seeing my ladies and working out. So yeah, everything is good. Thank you.
So what are you doing these days, though? You're a softball coach now. Talk about that and what you're up to these days.
Yeah, so I'm a softball coach. This is I think it's my 6th or 7th season back there, and I love it because not only do I get to be a strength and conditioning coach, but I'm the outfield coach. I'm the first base coach. I have an academic team, and these young ladies, they work hard for us. I love them. Through this pandemic, we only played 25 games, but we were able to, we were 19-6. Of course, me, I'm so competitive. I want 20 wins, but it didn't happen. But we were able to actually get 2 of our young ladies were All-Americans this year.
Wow.
Yeah, so and it was great. I was creative with the programs for the off-season conditioning program. They followed the program the best of their abilities, and we came in shape. We came ready to go. So it was good. So so I'm doing that. I'm marketing a little bit. Excuse me, helping some people. Actually, I'm helping Pierre Garcon with his new compression socks company.
Talk about that. Let's do it.
So Pierre started this compression socks company last year.
Okay.
And he and I just started talking about it. He goes, "Hey man," he goes, "Can you help me with this?" So I'm like, "All right," So he started compression socks because when he was with the Colts, every time he traveled, his legs would be sore. The blood wasn't flowing. So he started wearing compression socks. And he says, and he goes, "I can make better compression socks." And he did. He designed them. The company is called Speed Aid Compression Socks. He sent me a pair. I love them. I've sent them to family members who are in the health field, who are first responders. They love them. So it's great. I'll have to send you the link to the socks. So
let me know. I'll definitely support and get the word out. That's interesting. Pierre Garcon also played for the San Francisco 49ers.
So here's the funny thing. Here's the funny thing about that. Here's how I met Pierre. One of my friends knew Pierre.
Okay.
And she called me and said, "Hey, Pierre wants me to go to Haiti with him. This was right after the earthquake."
Okay.
And she goes, "I don't want to go by myself." So Pierre and I, we had some friends in common through the NFL. So we got on the phone, we started talking. I met Pierre and he goes, "Hey, come with us." Yeah. So I spent 5 days in Haiti with Pierre doing community service, after the earthquake. And after that, Pierre and I became close, Colts. Then he goes to Washington. I fly out to Washington, to watch him. And plus, I knew some of the coaches there. And so when he became a free agent, I had heard a rumor that he may sign. And I texted him right away. I said, "Hey man, are you coming to the Niners?" Because I knew that he had a connection with Kyle.
Yeah.
He was like, "Keep it on the DL." He goes, "I'm coming." I'm like, "Yes." So then we got to hang out a little bit more while he was here. So yeah, that's my guy. There you
go. We got to have him in the BEASTwriter Family stream. Hey, that'd be cool if he had him and talked about his compression socks and then have you on too. That'd be dope.
Oh, he'll do it. Matter of fact, if you can see this, let me see if I can find this for you real quick.
Woo, look at you.
My guy. Yeah. He sent it to me a few weeks ago. So yeah.
Yeah. Let's have Pierre on the show. I think that'd be good. He remembers me from my time covering with him.
Oh, he would love it.
All right, so let's go ahead and move on. Let's talk about some of your days. It's the San Francisco 49ers as strength and conditioning coach. Tell us about that time as the 49ers strength and conditioning coach. How did that come about?
Okay, so I'm very fortunate because I got into it in my early 30s. Okay. I went back to school, got my 2nd degree in kinesiology, and with the concentration in strength and conditioning and movement, right?
Right.
And so I needed an internship.
Okay.
So I just started applying to all professional teams, and I will tell you the truth. When I first got into this, I thought I was just going to be like a high school strength and conditioning coach. I thought I was going to be a junior college strength and conditioning coach because I knew how difficult it was going to get in.
Yeah.
Sent my resume into the Niners. A week later, I get a call. And they're like, hey, can you come in for an interview? I'm like, sure. Came in, wore a shirt, tie, dress pants, the whole deal. The interview went well. I had a list of questions for them as well as they did for me. And I walked away and they told me, yeah, there's like 75, maybe more applicants. I was like, okay. I was like, at least I got an interview and I got to see the facility. I was happy. Right? Yeah. 5 days later, I get a call. I'm actually in the shower. My girlfriend at the time comes and she's like, the Niners are on the phone. They want to talk to you. They want to talk to you. So, so I'm dripping wet, go to the phone. And they're like, we'd like to offer you the internship.
Wow.
I was like, absolutely. So the internship was supposed to go from March to August, because that's how it is.
Right.
But I will tell you, Ryan, my first day there, I walked out to the field and I just stood there. Walked up to the practice field and I just stood there and just looked like, I cannot believe that I'm in this facility.
Yeah.
And, I did, I learned so much. Jerry Attaway was the head strength coach at the time. I learned so much from him. Mike Barnes was the assistant. And I learned so much from both of them. And I did whatever it took for me to stick around. Whether, of course, I'm doing everything for the conditioning, off-season conditioning program. I'm setting up cones, I'm setting up the drills, the whole deal. I'm getting water. And then, as the activities start, I would do anything. I was like, they ran a 2-minute. I was ask the equipment guys, ask Doc Dressler about this.
Okay. I
was famous for the 2-minute drill. Because when they had the 2-minute drill going, they needed people to run the chain gang. And I'm just like, whatever I can do, right? I took that like it was a mission.
Wow.
So I'm sprinting. I'm like, here we go. They're like, move the chains. I'm like, here we go, guys. And I'm moving, I'm running. And those guys said that it was like one of the best things ever because hardly anybody wanted to do the chain game. But I was like, hey, I'm an intern.
Yeah.
I'm going to do whatever it takes.
Yeah.
Tom Rathman asked me, he said, hey, can you come work with the running backs? Just throw me the ball, move. I did that. I worked with linebackers. I worked with whomever wanted me. I did it.
That's dope.
So at the end of my internship, and this is when Dwight Clark was the GM, Coach Walsh was still around as a consultant. Dwight comes up to me and says, one day at practice and said, hey, what are you doing for the rest of the season? I said, well, I got school.
Yeah.
And he said, well, he goes, I talked to Coach Mariucci. He goes, we want you to stick around for the whole year. And I was working another job.
Wow.
School. So I was like, I quit that job. And from what I understand, and Jerry Attaway told me this, he goes, you are the first strength and conditioning intern that we've kept year round.
Wow.
So I got to stay, year round. And and I did the same thing over again. Like, what do people need? I'm running here and there, whatever it took, because one of the things that was planted in my head when I first got there is that we're a family.
Yeah.
And we do everything to support each other.
Right.
So I did that for the year. Dwight Clark had this policy in place that he didn't like to bring interns back 2 years in a row. I came back in 99. I got the call in March and they said, hey, we want you back.
Okay. I'm
like, okay, great. Well, it wasn't an intern. It was more of like the third assistant.
Okay.
That's okay. This is fantastic, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So again, I'm busting my butt doing everything that I possibly can. And to this day, I don't know how this happened, but the Indianapolis Colts had called and wanted to talk to me about it, about a position there. Well, by then, Coach Walsh had become the GM.
Yeah.
I get pulled in, and you know what? I remember this like it was yesterday. I get pulled into the offensive line meeting room. Coach Walsh is sitting there, and he's talking to me. And he said, yeah, he goes, there's interest from the Colts. They want to talk to you. And he goes, but we don't want to let you go.
Ooh.
I said, okay. So he goes, so I'm going to offer you this contract. You know, it was a nice chunk of change. And I sat there and I looked at the contract, and in my mind, I'm thinking to myself, be cool.
Yeah.
Don't sign this too fast. But my heart is beating, and I was like, okay, I'm going to sign this damn thing as fast as I possibly can. So I was like, you know, and I'm excited. Yeah. Well, then Coach Walsh told me, he goes, okay, now that is done. He goes, so what we're going to do now is we're going to do everything we possibly can to make you better. So if we all get fired, then they would still want to keep you. Wow. That is Bill Walsh.
Wow.
He did that, Ryan, and after that, we had, you know, I mean, we had a good relationship. After that, we had a great relationship.
Right.
And I still have his office number in my phone. I will never delete it.
Wow.
I can't do it. I will never do that. So yeah. So that's, you know, so then I think it was 2000 when Mike Barnes decided that he was going to leave in the middle of the season. And then I got promoted to that.
Yeah.
And, you know, I mean, it was, again, it was a dream come true. I'm very fortunate. So yeah, that's how it all started.
That's awesome. You never told me that story.
No. I should have told you that, you know, it's just so, I mean, I'm telling you this, I have tons and tons of stories, but you know, it's like the time there was so awesome and wonderful, you know, and I'm very fortunate.
Yeah, that's a cool story. Bill Walsh had your back from day one. That's interesting. Yeah. That's interesting because when Bill Walsh speaks, you know how it's rare. And when he does speak up for you, it's like everyone's just okay. No, there's no non-negotiable. It's like non-negotiable. It's done.
Yeah,
it's a wrap.
You're absolutely right. You know, so when he left the Niners, I got called into his office and he said, hey, look, he goes, I'm leaving. He goes, I'm going to go back to Stanford. He says, but you and I will stay in touch. He goes, you promised that you'll call me once a month, at least once a month. I think, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, there was 1 month where it was just like I was slammed with everything and I did not call him. And I ran into him at a restaurant. And he pulled me aside and he said, what was our promise? And I said, Coach, I am so sorry. I was apologetic. I even offered to buy him dinner or buy his lunch. And he was like, no. He goes, just, we have a promise. After that, I called him every 2 weeks.
You wanted to cover your bases just to make sure.
Exactly.
That's how that guy's very smart. And he probably had you on a short list.
Oh, God.
Guarantee he had you on a short list, bro.
Now that you say that, he did. And the thing is that I can go and talk to him about anything.
Yeah.
You know, and again, I mean, I started in my early 30s at this, but I remember, you know, watching the Niners, you know, me being in Minnesota, watching the Niners and watching Coach Walsh and everything that he accomplished, and to have him in my corner.
Yeah.
And to basically take me under his wing.
Yeah.
I mean, can you ask for a better mentor?
No.
Yeah. So.
Let's go ahead and move on. That's a great Bill Walsh story. I'm going to have to clip that up and put it in another post. You never, all the times we talked, sat down over coffee, lunch, you never spoke about this. And but it is revealed on the BEASTwriter Family channel.
But you know what, Ryan? Number one, I was saving it for a good moment, so this is great.
There you go.
But also, too, you're not the only one that I have forgotten told that story to. There's family members that I just recently told that story to about 5 years ago, and they're just like, "What? Like you never told us?" I was like, "Oh, sorry, my bad."
All right, let's move on. Let's talk to our boy, defensive end Andre Carter. He went out and I said that he was you were hopping on our BEASTwriter Family show on Instagram, and then he commented, says, the legend, right? He calls you a legend. Hearing words like that has to make you feel good, right? Tell me about some Andre Carter stories, who is also a family member here in the BWF.
Okay, so Dre, I mean, when you told me that yesterday, literally, I mean, I teared up. Because I hold Dre. Dre has a special place in my heart.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll tell you the connection that Dre and I have.
Okay.
And you're gonna love this story. So the first time I'm able to go into the draft room, because what they do is certain coaches that bring you in and you monitor the phones.
Okay.
So this is Dre's draft year. So I'm monitoring the phones, and by then Coach Walsh was still there, but he let somebody else take over the draft. And we always knew that we wanted Andre Carter.
Okay.
So I don't know how this happened, but it got leaked that we wanted Andre Carter, and the Bears were not looking at Andre Carter, but then they started looking at Dre. And somebody from the Bears organization let it leak that they wanted Dre, and they were picking a pick above us.
Okay.
So there was a little bit of panic going into the draft room, right?
Tell us about that panic, because we've seen the movie Draft Day. We've seen, we talked to GM Randy Miller on here. Let's talk about that, the anxiety factor. Like, how high is the anxiety in there? And are people on edge? Okay.
So so you think about, you're in this room and you've got all these men in here, and they've done their work, since the combine, the whole deal. And you have a guy that you really want. You have a player you really want, and you think you're going to get him. Well, then all of a sudden it slips out that somebody else wants this player. The tension goes from, I'd say, a 5 to 100 in 2 seconds. Whew. So there's panic in the room. Okay. You had Mooches there, of course, Coach Walsh was there. John McVay was there,
Mm-hmm.
So my first time in the draft room, and I'm like a kid in a candy store right now. Like I'm soaking all this in. Like, okay, this is pretty cool. Well, then Coach Walsh stands up and says, "Be quiet. Everybody be quiet." He goes, "I'm taking over. I've got this." So then, of course, my ears really perk up then. I was like, okay, what's going to happen? He gets on the phone, calls Seattle, who had the pick before the Bears.
Yeah.
GM, head coach at the time, Mike Holmgren.
Yeah.
So he goes, "Mike, Bill here." He goes, "Coach, how you doing?" "Doing great." He goes, "You have no interest in Andre Carter, do you?" He goes, "No, we're set on defense." He goes, "Let's make a trade." So we traded up to Seattle's spot, and I believe we gave them a 3rd or a 4th round pick as well. And that's how we got Andre. So now this is how Andre and I are connected.
Yep.
Even more. Okay. So I'm the person that's on the phone. I call into our representative in New York, and then they hand the pick to the commissioner. So I made that call, said, "Hey," and I think it was Alan Webb who was in New York at the time. I said, "Hey, we're taking Andre Carter," and he goes, "Okay." The pick goes in. We get Andre. Everybody goes crazy. Coach Walsh says, "Okay, everybody calm down." He goes, "That's the way you do a draft. You keep your mouth shut. You don't tell people who you want." So every year that Andre posts the picture, about his draft day, I always remind him. I either text him or I put it on Instagram. I said, "You remember the story?" And he goes, "Yeah." He goes, "You tell me the story every year," but he goes, "I never get tired of it."
That is crazy.
So that's how Andre and I have always been connected. He he comes in the first day, and you talk about a specimen. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
So you have a specimen who has the work ethic of, say, just about anybody, and he's there to learn.
Mm-hmm.
You got BY there to teach him. We had Pee Wee with Dwayne Board was still there.
Dwayne Board, gosh, he was such a great coach. Dwayne Board, oh man,
so underrated.
Yeah, absolutely.
So underrated.
Absolutely.
I think Chike was still there, and if I'm not mistaken,
Chike O'Keefer.
Yeah. Charles Haley would come back every now and then just to kind of help out.
Yeah.
So and Andre's a sponge.
Yeah.
He took it all in. He never assumed anything. He was always humbled, worked so hard. And the day that, the day that I left and he moved on, it was a sad day. We still stay in touch every now and then. So yeah. But Dre's a special man.
He is a very special guy. And Dre, again, echoing your words and your analysis on Andre Carter, who's now with the LSU as a defensive line coach. Attention to fundamentals, strong work ethic, discipline, determination, dedication. You're getting all that with Andre Carter, and it's all gas, no break. 110% all the time. He's 100% invested in the players, in building and fostering relationships. And I think that's perfect, whether an NFL coach or whether an NFL player, because when you get that, and again, Andre Carter's a legacy. His father played.
Ruben. Yeah.
Ruben. Exactly. So this is the NFL bloodlines run deep with Andre Carter. And here, I'm sure Jay would love to hear your story on that. I'm sure you guys can talk about that. We should all three of us can probably hop on the show at some point.
Oh, that's great. Here's another funny story. I was in Hawaii actually, and
must be nice.
Yeah. And I was sitting at a bar ordering lunch, and I looked to my left, and I said, "Oh my God!" I said, "That's Ruben Carter." So me being me, I slide down. And I said, "Mr. Carter, my name is Terrell Jones," and I said, "I want to thank you." And he goes, "Thank me for what?" I said, "Thank you for your son." I said, "I had the pleasure of coaching him."
Yeah.
For 7 years.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, 5 years. And I said, what you've taught him, not only on the field, but off the field, and the respect that he gave us, I said, we know that it came from the home. It came from the family.
Right.
And he said, he goes, "Thank you for those words." I said, I'm probably already telling you stuff that you already know about your son. But yeah. And you have to remember too, Andre played at about 255. Maybe 260.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. He was chiseled, man. I told Dre this. So when he was drafted in 2001, again, my family had front row season tickets to Candlestick Park. I would always see you working with the players pregame. So like 3 hours before kickoff, you would be on the field working with some of these players, stretching them out. I remember this. This is crazy how I remember this. But back in 2001, I vividly remember this. Me and my pops would go, and that was kind of like our thing, right? So it was like a family tradition.
Right.
And we wouldn't tailgate. My dad didn't drink. Obviously, I couldn't drink. I was in high school, even if I wanted to. But we would go and watch you guys. And it's just interesting because, again, I can vividly remember on the 20-yard line in lower box section 14, row A, seats 1 and 2 is where our seats were located. And I always remembered watching the work ethic from the pregame, like just the pregame. Like you can tell. And I knew from who takes it seriously, and then how that translates onto the football field on game day once the kickoff starts. Because what people don't realize is you have to warm up and you have to sweat at least a little bit in order to get preconditioned for what's about to happen. And that's why some of these injuries happen in the NFL, is because I'm not going to call out any players, but when I watch 49ers practice, when they do the karaoke drill or when they do some of these stretching exercises, they just kind of run through the motions. And, why does this guy have a torn ACL? Why does this guy have a torn hamstring? Well, I'm not going to call out the player, be like, because he didn't stretch or properly, because that's not good. But you can see it. I mean, I'm in the fitness game. You're in the fitness game. How important is pregame and making sure your body is properly stretched out so those muscle fibers are running on all cylinders? So when you do hit those explosive steps right off the initial line, you're not jeopardizing risk of injury or lowering the risk of injury.
Well, that's a really good question. So people don't understand. So let's say kickoff is 1 o'clock.
Let's say it. Yep.
Okay, 1 o'clock. So I would show up at the stadium at 9:30 in the morning, because there's guys that have their pregame routines.
Mm-hmm.
I used to have a list of guys that wanted to be stretched at a certain time. I kid you not. And it had to go in order. And if it didn't go in order, guess what? Somebody's gonna be a little upset, right? Okay. So after they stretch, then I take that back. Sometimes guys want to go onto the field first.
Right.
Warm up, And it's very, very important because, you got to get your muscles warm. You got to get them loose.
Yes.
Some guys like to go out, do that first, and then come back. Then I'd stretch them out, or vice versa. It just depends upon the person.
Correct.
But again, they understood how important it was to get a nice, great warm up to break a sweat, stretch. Don't, and don't cool down, right. Keep yourself going, yes. Walk back and forth, whatever it is, because that's what we preach during the off season. Jerry Attaway was a big, he preached that so much. And again, I learned that, my first couple of weeks there,
Yeah.
And he goes, because this is going to be your pregame routine when the season starts as well. So yeah, so it's very important. So you know what, and here's the thing too. You would have certain athletes, say like Fred Beasley.
There you go.
I love Fred. We would go out and we'd warm up, and Fred would look at the other team and how they warm up, and he would say, "Oh, T. Jones, we got these guys."
Yeah, see?
And I was like, okay, because that's one thing about, when I was there, that a lot of the players were very observant. They would look at the other team, how they warmed up, how they presented themselves, and that would give them a mental edge, And of course, the greatest historian or the greatest athlete to do this was Jerry Rice. I mean, you watch his work ethic. The first time I was at practice and I saw Jerry, he caught just a simple down and out for 10 yards and he sprinted to the end zone. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
But he did it constantly. And that was very infectious, that a lot of people would do it, especially the wide receivers, because they understood that this is the way that we do things here.
Right.
So, yeah, so it's very important that you warm up, that you stretch properly, and, you have to prevent, possible injuries. So
here's a question. If 49ers now called Terrell Jones and offered him a job, would you do it? Maybe for an office?
You know what? I would really
man.
I would really think long and hard about it. And the thing that would attract me to it would be Kyle. Because I've known Kyle for such a long time.
Talk about that. Talk about how long, dating back to your FFA Bucks days. Let's go. Come on. Let's hear the stories, bro. Okay. Come on. Let the people know.
So
in the BEASTwriter family.
So this is what happened. Erickson's last year, we all get fired because, I think we only won 2 games that year. Maybe 3. I think it was 2, but it was horrible. And I was actually the last one that was let go. And I was like, okay, what am I going to do? I mean, I still had a year on my contract, so I could have done nothing for a year.
Right.
Well, I got 2 calls in 2 days. University of Washington and Tampa Bay. So I took Tampa Bay because I wanted to stay in the NFL. But I had connections to Tampa Bay as well. And what people don't understand is that John Gruden's dad, Jim, was one of our longtime scouts.
Okay.
So I knew him. So I called him Mr. I always called him Mr. Gruden. Okay.
Correct.
So I had that connection. Well, then Coach Walsh was still around, even though he was at Stanford. He called Gruden. And Gruden said, okay, let's bring him in for an interview. And it wasn't really an interview. It was just like a formality. I flew up to the combine, met with Gruden, met with, some other people, and they're like, okay, you're in. So I go to Tampa. And our coaching staff is, of course, Gruden's a head coach.
Yeah.
Mike Tomlin, DB's coach. Monty Kiffin, was our defensive coordinator. Raheem Morris was another DB's coach. Joe Barry, who I worked with before at the Niners, was our linebacker coach.
That's right.
Rich Bisacci.
Yeah.
Special teams coach. Paul Hackett.
Man, Paul Hackett
was our quarterbacks coach, who also worked with my boss, Jerry Attaway, at USC. Okay. So we had all that. And then Kyle Shanahan was our offensive assistant. And, Kyle and I, we spent a lot of time together because we're the newbies on the block, The weight room was right next to his office. We kind of liked the same kind of music, so we would talk quite a bit.
Right.
But from watching Kyle at practice,
yeah,
everybody knew he was going to be a head coach one day.
Right.
Because he was, he had that creative mind going, and plus he worked with the wide receivers, and he didn't care from Joey Galloway to Michael Clayton, whomever. He's like, look, you've got to do this right.
Yeah.
And the person that he was in the ear the most was Chris Sims, because they were teammates at Texas.
Ah, got you.
He was in his ear so much that you're just like, okay, but so when I got there, again, it's the same thing. They asked me to do certain things.
Yeah.
Well, Hackett actually wanted me to work with the quarterbacks, but they said, no, go work with the running backs. So, besides, instead of staying in the weight room with nothing to do, I worked with the running backs. I worked with the special team guys, whatever they needed me to do.
Right.
I absolutely did it. So, so here's a funny story about Michael Clayton. It's like when I was with the Niners, we were going to draft him, but Tampa had the pick before us.
Yeah.
And took Michael Clayton. So one way or another, I was going to work with Michael Clayton, So yeah, but it was, but again, Kyle, just his mind and just the way he is. Here's the thing about Kyle, and this is what I love about Kyle. Some people don't like it. Some people say he's cocky. I say he's very confident, but there's no gray area with Kyle. There's none.
That's true. That is true. I'll give you that. 110%. There is no gray area with Kyle. He's one of the best. He's the best. He's one of the best in the NFL, if not the best offensive coordinator or offensive genius in the NFL. The guy is dope. The guy is good.
He is, and I hadn't seen Kyle in a few years. So when he got the job and they had their first post-draft party, I got invited to the party because I know the equipment guys really well there. They're like, come on up. I'm like, all right, cool. So I'm sitting there and I'm having a beer. Kyle walks in and he sees me. He goes, oh my God, T. Jones. He goes, how long's it been? And he gave me a hug. We talked, yada, yada. And he goes, hey, anytime you want to come up, come on up. But I'm not that kind of guy.
Yeah.
I'll go up, during training camp.
Yeah.
There's a couple times like where the equipment guys said, hey man, you want to come by? Yeah. And I'm like, yeah, I'll come by and say hi. And I always bump into Kyle. And he goes, dude, he goes, you're always welcome here. But I was like, you know what? I'm not that guy, So yeah.
Well, I tell you what, I'm sure a lot of Niner fans would want you back in the 49ers fold. Let's keep it 100. And the Niners injury situation is not looking strong. A lot of the Niner fans come into the BEASTwriter family because, I bodybuild for a living. We talk about fitness and we're on that level. So when we talk about things like this and having you on the show, it kind of bridges the gap between football and fitness, how it steps into one. So my boy, Chris Natividad, he has a question for you. He says, awesome stories, Terrell. Thanks for sharing. What is the name of the compression sock company you are running with Pierre Garçon?
Well, so I'm not running the company, but I'm just helping him out. So it's called Speed Aid AID compression socks. And I'll send you the link. And you want to send it out to your, to your, put it on your feed. That'd be great. And I will tell you this.
Yeah.
Those compression socks, and I'm not just saying this because it's Pierre, but these are so quality compression socks, because what he did too is that he found a way to take an antibacterial formula and weave it into the socks. So that way, you don't get fungus or anything like that.
I'm going to look it up. I'm going to Google it right now. So it's called what? What's the name of it?
Speed Aid AID compression socks.
Okay. Speed Aid compression socks.
Yep.
And that's the name of the company, speedaidcompression.com. Is that it?
Mm-hmm.
That's his company right here.
Yeah.
That's dope.
Oh, you see the designs actually. Here we go. I've got some right here.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking at right now. So it's called MySpeed. The website's called myspeedaidcompression.com.
Yeah.
MySpeed Compression. Man, hook me up with some. I will get the word out, and I'll get everybody rocking these socks here in the South Bay area.
When we get off, I'm going to send you a nice little link. So yeah, don't worry. We're
gonna do this big. And we're gonna have Pierre Garcon talk about his compression socks. Pierre Garcon was a beast, bro.
Dude,
that guy. You want to talk about upper body strength and lower trunk? I mean, this guy was built, bro. I saw him when he came to San Francisco. I was like, I'm gonna size this guy up, bro. And I was like, okay, this guy has the physique.
Okay, so do you remember a couple of years ago when they were practicing against Denver during the off season?
During training camp.
Okay, yeah,
I do.
So do you remember when him and Talib got into it?
I was just gonna say that. Yes.
Okay,
I do remember that.
So
I posted videos on that.
Okay, so after that, that the whole Denver defense looked at Pierre in a different way.
Yeah,
because they thought that Pierre was going to back down.
He didn't.
And this is what Kyle calls him. He calls Pierre. He goes, Pierre doesn't come. He doesn't come to a knife fight with a knife. He comes with a machete.
Yeah, the guy's a beast.
Oh yeah. So hey, so you know what? Real quick. So let me tell you another story about Kyle. You'll love this one.
Okay, go for it.
So we're at Tampa, and we lose Brian Greasy as our starting quarterback, and we were having a great year. Okay. Greasy goes down. I get called in, and this is the first time it's ever happened to me. I get called into the office with Gruden, Mark Dominic, who was what was he? Director of pro player personnel at the time, and Bruce Allen was our GM.
Okay.
I get called into the office, and they're like, "Hey, we're thinking about trading for either Cody Pickett or Ken Dorsey from the Niners." And I said, "Okay." They said we need another backup, and I said, "What about Tim Rattay?"
Yeah.
They're like, "No, he's not that good." Yada yada. I said it's not him. I said it's the offensive line. I said take a look at the offensive line because they had injuries, the whole deal, right?
The offensive line then was tell me, correct me if I'm wrong. I have to go back. Well, this is like what, 20 years now that we're going back?
Yeah. It was 05 because they had just drafted Alex Smith.
Okay, so we're talking about what, David Boss? Are we talking about Justin Smiley?
Yep, Newberry was still there.
Newberry, who else?
Eric Heitman was still there.
Eric Heitman from Stanford, yes, that 7th round pick, or what is he? 7th round pick or undrafted?
Yeah.
Who else was there?
Quaim was there.
Who?
Quaim Harris.
Quaim Harris from Stanford, 1st round pick. Yes, he was there.
He was there.
Who else was there? So what year was that? That was
the 05-06 season.
Who was the head coach then?
It was Mike Nolan.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Okay. So, sorry, I didn't mean to say it like that. Like, oh, jeez. I just remember the downtimes. That was a bad time.
Yeah. So and the sad thing is that they had just got rid of. I remember Kyle Kozier.
Kyle Kozier. Yes, I remember. He where did he come from? He came from a Pac-12. He's a Pac-12 kid, right?
Arizona State, 7th round.
There you go.
Oh, and he could play every position on the line.
Correct.
They got rid of him because they didn't want to pay him an extra $25,000, but he went to Detroit with Mooch, and got paid, but he did well. So I'm in the office, and I said, it's the offensive line. I said, it's not him. And Kyle agreed with me. So we end up trading for Tim Rattay.
Wow.
So Tim gets to Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
And the way that Gruden does practices, he will put your 3rd string or your 2nd string quarterback against the number 1 defense. And at the time, I believe we were the number 1 defense in the league.
Yeah.
We had Brooks, we had Simeon Rice, we had Shelton Quarles, we had Rondé Barber, Brian Kelly, the whole deal, right? So they put Tim in there at practice. And Gruden says, just throw picks. Just throw it to him. So Tim's throwing picks. And I'm standing next to one of our assistants. And they like, this guy sucks. And I looked at him and said, okay, you're saying that? I said, what scripted practice goes? I don't care. He sucks. I'm like, all right, whatever.
He really said that?
He said that.
Wow.
That's okay. Whatever. Well, Gruden gets mad at the defense because they're not giving 100%.
Yeah.
He tells Tim, he goes, okay, show us what you can do. Tim lit them up, tore them apart. Tim Rattay is such an underrated quarterback. His knowledge of the game is way up there. So during the games, I would stand next to Tim and listen to the calls that are coming in.
Yeah.
And it was fabulous. So yeah. So and Kyle agreed. He goes, Tim Rattay is going to be a good backup for us. And he was. So yeah.
Yeah, for those who don't know, Tim Rattay came out of Louisiana Tech. I think he was a 7th-round draft pick. Same draft class as Giovanni Carmazzi, or was it the same draft class as that?
Yes.
And
yes.
The Tom Brady draft.
Okay. Yeah. So you want my story about Tom Brady?
Oh my gosh, here we go.
Dude, I'm telling you, I've got stories for days.
Tell it. Let's go.
Okay. So back then we had what's called the Bay Area workout. Okay.
What's that?
So what it is if you played or grew up within 50 miles of our facility, we could bring you in for a pre-draft workout.
Right.
So I'm on the phone with Ty Street. And Ty played in Michigan with Tom Brady.
Correct.
So Ty goes to me, he goes, hey, is Brady coming in for this workout? So I go through the list. I'm like, yeah. I said, he's on the list. He goes, okay. When he comes in, tease him about his vertical jump and tell him that he cannot play basketball. I was like, Ty, I don't know this guy. He goes, just do it. I'm like, okay. So I'm the guy that weighs everybody in, and I'm taking the height, the weight, the whole deal, right? So I'm at Brady comes up, and I said, oh, Tom Brady. I said, so I understand you have a vertical jump of 1 centimeter and you can't play basketball. And he gives me this look like, what the heck? And I said, Tom, I'm sorry. I said, that came from Ty Streets. Tom starts laughing. Okay. He gets better. He goes, hey, when we go outside, can you stretch me out? I'm like, sure. That's my job. So I go outside. I'm stretching him out. We're chatting up a little bit. He goes to me. He goes, hey, do you have any pool around here? I was like, I'm just an assistant strength coach. I said, I have no pool. I said, why? He goes, I really want to play here. So can you tell the powers that be that I want to play here? I'm like, okay. So I told Greg Knapp, our offensive coordinator at the time.
Correct.
I said, hey, by the way, Tom Brady, he's really interested in playing here. And he goes, well, we're looking at other people. And I think we were looking at T. Martin as well.
T. Martin from Tennessee.
Yeah, I think we were looking at him.
Okay.
But we ended up, drafting Gio, right? So it gets even better. And I don't know how many people remember this. So we play in the Hall of Fame Bowl.
That's right.
Because that's when Ronnie was getting in, Joe Montana, Howie Long.
Against the Patriots, right? The Hall of Fame. Yeah. Okay.
And who was the other quarterback on the other side?
Tom Brady.
Exactly. So about 2 years ago, I'm at Mooch's house. And he's got the NFL Network on the back and in the background. And it's him. And somebody comes up and starts teasing him, this is taped, of course, about the Brady draft.
Yeah. So
I tell Mooch that story. He looked at me, he goes, I never knew that story. I said, I told Napper. He goes, all these years I've known you, you never told me that story. I said, it just never dawned on me to tell you that story because I thought you knew. He goes, no. He goes, and to be honest, Brady's workout was just okay. It wasn't great.
Yeah.
But again, they looked at him and was like, he probably wouldn't fit into the West Coast offense. So yeah, so I told Mooch that story. He goes, I'm gonna have to use that one day. I said, please do. So yeah.
Well, you heard it here first on the BEASTwriter Family. That's what's up. The Tom Brady wanting to play for San Francisco, that is not a secret. What is a secret and is now revealed is he actually spoke to you about it to go up to the higher ups. You told Coach Knapp, and Coach Knapp was like, nah.
Well, you know what? And so to go on with the Brady, the Brady story, his sister, Julie Brady, is a friend of mine now. I met her a few years ago, and she's married to Kevin Youkilis, the former baseball player, and they have Loma Brewing Company in Los Gatos. The first time I met Julie, we started talking, and somebody mentioned to her that I used to coach for the 49ers. they said, tell her the story. So I told her the story. And she's like, yeah. She goes, after he got drafted by the Patriots and the Niners passed him, she goes, we took all our Niners stuff down. Well, I meet her dad, Tom Sr.
Uh-huh.
I tell Tom Sr. the story. He goes, that's twice that Mooch has passed on Tom.
Yeah.
I was like, what are you talking about? He said, when Mooch was at Cal, Tom wanted to transfer from Michigan to Cal.
Oh, he did.
That's what his dad told me, and said, but again, because they were running the West Coast offense, he didn't think that Tom would be a good fit there.
That is so crazy.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And then, of course, but then, of course, Tom's dad proceeds to tell me that, Tom's the worst athlete in our family. I was looking and said, what are you talking about? He goes, well, my daughter Mo was a 2-time All-American pitcher at Fresno State, and Julie was an All-American soccer player. I was like, oh, okay, there you go.
Yeah. That's crazy, though. It's so interesting how Tim Rattay was good. I think he was one of the most underrated quarterbacks for the 49ers ever. And as a 7th-round pick, he far exceeded expectations. How many 7th-round pick quarterbacks actually make an NFL 53-man roster? Especially, with the likes of, Giovanni Carmazzi was a huge bust. What happened? Why did you guys go after a guy like Giovanni Carmazzi? That was a Bill Walsh pick, was it not? Number one.
Well, it was a Bill Walsh, and it was a Coach Mariucci pick.
That was a Mooch pick.
Yeah, it was both of them. And they, and they thought they saw something in him. They thought that that he would fit the West Coast offense because he was a mobile quarterback. But but from what I understand is that it was hard for him to grasp the offense. It was hard, So if you think about it, at the time we had Gio, we had Tim. Was Druck still there? I think Druck was still there. That might have been his last year with us.
Jim Druckenmiller?
Yep.
Yeah, another 1st-round pick.
Yep.
Yeah.
And no, I take that back. We didn't have Tim there. So it was Tim was there. And then of course we had Garcia.
Yes, correct. Jeff Garcia. Yeah.
Yeah. So it was crazy. But here's another thing too, is that when they drafted Druckenmiller in '97, Coach Walsh wanted Jake Plummer.
Dude, that's who I wanted. Even as a kid, I wanted Jake Plummer too. Why did you guys not go for Jake the Snake? He was perfect for that offense. You want to talk about a mobile quarterback. He hit all the boxes for the West Coast offense. Why go after a big arm, pure pocket passer who has little to no mobility and Jim Druckenmiller? What was the line of thinking behind that?
Well, because that's what that current administration wanted. They, because again, Coach Walsh wasn't the GM; he was just a consultant.
Right. Yes, correct.
But they wanted that big strong arm quarterback. But Coach Walsh said, "Take Jake Plummer. He's a right-handed Steve Young."
Yeah.
So at the time it was, so when they drafted Druck, we had Steve, Druck, and then we had Jeff Brom.
Jeff Brom. I forgot about that guy. Number 11, right? Was he number 11?
Yes. Yeah. So, and, it was a great quarterback room. Yeah. But again, if you would have had Jake Plummer, who knows what would have happened. So, yeah.
That's great. Because Jake Plummer went in the 2nd round, if I'm not mistaken. He dropped to the 2nd, right?
Yeah, I believe he did. He went to the 2nd. But what the Niners were really trying to do at the time was they were trying to trade up to take Tony Gonzalez.
Oh, were they?
Oh yeah, because Mooch coached him at Cal, and we needed another tight end because that was Brent Jones's last year, and I think the Cardinals, somebody would not trade up with us, would not let us get there, but we ended up taking Greg Clark in the 3rd round.
Greg Clark was pretty good in the 3rd round out of Stanford. He was one of another underrated guy that I really liked as a inline blocker, red zone efficiency type of guy, big target. I actually ran into Greg Clark randomly. This is a story. I had a yummy yogurt in Santa Clara. I lived across the street from that place. And I'm sitting there. I'm like, this is years later. This is like 2014. But after his playing days, and I'm like, I think that's Greg Clark. And it was Greg. I was like, are you Greg Clark? He's like, yeah, like no one recognizes me. I was like, oh yeah. And I just told him, and he's like, that's crazy how you recognize me. Yeah, Greg Clark, number 85, one of the most underrated players.
Oh, God.
Yeah, you just unleashed so much stories. I mean, talking about Tom Brady. No, it's great stuff, though. I mean, you would never hear this ever.
You know, again, that's you know, and that's one thing that people will always ask me. They're like, okay, so what do you miss most about not being in the organization? I said, number one, I miss the guys.
Yeah.
You know, I miss that locker room atmosphere. I miss, you know, and I'm a big fan of backstories. Mm-hmm. I miss the backstories. You know, I miss stuff like that. And you know what? I miss the off-season conditioning program, but I miss Sundays as well. So yeah.
You're just passionate about, I think, and I tell people this, right? They're like, hey, Beast, how did you get into the NFL media? And I said, one, you got to be the best. Well, not the best, but I consider myself the best. But I mean, you got to be good at what you do, right? No matter what your craft is, you have to fine tune it. You always have to be constantly growing and constantly learning, right? Even though you think you're the best, there's always someone that's going to be better than you. So you better stay on your A game to make sure that you're at the top of your game. That's number one. Number two, I say the NFL, as much as it is a risk reward business, it's a people business. You want to foster those relationships, build on that network, build on that foundation, and also have integrity on top of it. Because again, when you tell me stories, like you've told me stories, I'm going to post this on Twitter and get thousands of click likes. You know how many people, if that happened, I would be so ostracized by this point. I mean, there's stories that people have told me. And what I tell people as players, coaches, scouts, GMs, they'll tell you stuff and they will only tell you and see if you're going to leak it out. Because if something gets leaked, they will know, hey, I told that guy and now I can't trust this guy. That's why everything that is said that say, hey, keep quiet, it's been sealed since day one. And again, it comes down to integrity and trust that you cannot buy that. You cannot buy integrity and trust. You cannot buy building those relationships, because once it's gone for good. So
no, you know what? You're absolutely right. Here's one thing that people don't understand about strength coaches, especially if you're a good strength coach and you have a good rapport with your players, is that you're a father, a brother, a priest, a therapist, whatever it is, because you spend more time with the players than anybody else. Because you think about, you know, and this is something that we're going to talk about anyway. You think about the off-season conditioning program back in the day. Yes. It started March 15th.
Right.
Okay. So guys will come in, you know, they're not doing, you know, any position drills, nothing like that. They're only with us. So they come in, they talk to you about just about everything, you know. I remember guys coming into my office saying, hey, I'm going to get engaged. Yeah. I'm like, that's awesome. Yeah. You know, they're like, you know, you're one of the first people to know. But again, you have to have that trust. You know, and you cannot reveal certain things about players, because then that trust goes out the window. You know, and if you have their trust, guess what? They're going to work so much harder for you. You know,
exactly.
It's, you know, and again, I'm a very fortunate person. The people that I stay in touch with, you know, I mean, I've been gone from the Niners since 2005.
Right.
Okay. I mean, I still talk to Garcia. I got a text from Jeremy Newberry 2 weeks ago. Ben Lynch is one of my closest friends. Garrison and I will hit it up every now and then. I mean, I get these random texts and calls from people.
Yeah.
And it's just like, you know what? Thank you. I mean, you know, when you told me that about Andre and he called me the legend, dude, like I said, that brought tears to my eyes.
Yeah.
That means I've done something right.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
No, you are doing something right. You're doing everything right. That's why you're on the BEASTwriter Family Show. And again, I love talking shop with you. Let's go ahead and talk about that, man. Let's talk about NFL injury prevention. We have to talk about this, bro. So let's go ahead and do that. Can you let's talk about that. So football is a contact sport, right?
Yes.
I think basketball is a contact sport. Baseball can be considered a contact sport. How do you ensure proper safety precaution when it comes to injury prevention? Do you rehab each athlete differently, or do you give the same treatment to everyone the same?
Well, this again, I give all the credit to Jerry Attaway.
Okay.
One thing that he taught me when I was there is that when you train athletes, you want to do, especially conditioning drills, you want to do conditioning drills that they can take and use when they're playing during the season.
Okay.
So a lot of our conditioning drills were change of direction conditioning drills. Okay. I mean, it's very rarely that we did a lot of straight ahead. I mean, like maybe 1 or 2 days a week we did straight ahead stuff, but everything else was change of direction, So you're in the strength and conditioning business.
Yep, correct.
Okay, so picture this. We had so take JJ Stokes, for instance. Okay. And this is the first drill that I've ever seen with a wide receiver that I was like, oh man, this is great. So we would start at a yard line. Jerry would have them run an out route 5 yards. He would throw the ball. They have to come back, give us back the ball, run a different route, throw it to them, come back. So you're doing that. So
Right.
now they're mimicking they're mimicking all their routes. Now with the DB, we would have them do the same thing, but then they would have to backpedal 5 yards back to us. Okay, so they would do a down and out, throw the ball. They would have to turn around, backpedal back to us. Okay, offensive linemen, we would have them do the same thing. They would have to go into a pass stance, backpedal 5 yards. Now you're sprinting 10 yards, and then somebody would be standing there hitting a bag. But you're not just standing, in a straight line. You would move, and they would have to come and get you and do that.
Gotcha.
So a lot of these drills that I learned from Jerry, I've incorporated into every sport that I've coached, and even with softball. But I change it so that it mimics softball. It mimics, a first baseman, a catcher, an outfielder, whatever it is. And I will tell you this, and I'm very proud of this. When I first introduced these drills to our softball team 6 years ago, they're like, I've never seen this before.
Yeah.
But I always ask them, I said, what can we do better?
Right.
What else can I incorporate so that way it helps you on the field? And they were just like, they gave me input. I was like, okay, this is great input. And we did the same thing with the football players.
Yeah.
What else can we incorporate?
Right.
So that's why anybody who stayed with us throughout the off season, they never, and I can think of maybe 1 or 2 people that actually experienced a soft injury tissue, like a hamstring pull or quad pull, whatever it was, during the season. Everybody, because we did so much of change of direction.
Yeah.
And I think, and there's a few years ago where the Bears, I can't remember who the strength coach was at the time, where they had I don't know, it was the hamstring pulls that they had during the season was in double digits. And I was still in the league at the time. And I happened to know one of the players there. And I said, what are you guys doing for off-season conditioning? He goes, all we did is gassers. All we did was running. I was like, okay. So that tells you right there that you have to do change of direction. And I'll tell you another thing. My first time at the combine, I'm watching the 40-yard dash. And of course, everybody's like, they love the 40-yard dash.
Right.
But Jerry taught me, he goes, let's look at the times for the long shuttle.
Oh, okay.
He goes, because how often do you run in a straight line?
Exactly.
In football. So from then on, I was like, ooh, this is good. And so we would take people with their 40 times and we'd look at, the long shuttle times as well. And we would put in our recommendations based on those 2 alone. Yeah.
That's smart.
Yeah. So, this is just my opinion. As far as injuries go right now in the NFL, and even a few years ago.
No, but that's good. That's good. That's good information. And I feel like I always tell people here in the BEASTwriter family is there's no right answer, but there are staples, foundational principles when it comes to strength and conditioning, change of direction, right? Your COD skills, as I like to call it, your lateral agility, your functional strength. I don't care. I mean, yeah, people look at how much I lift, right? Like I can bench press 345 at 154 pounds. Cool story, bro. But how does that translate onto the field, right? If I'm a offensive lineman, that's going to be good because I'm doing a lot of push movements, right? I'm doing a lot of push-pull movements. But on the squats, I would focus more on the squats, right? How do you, we're talking about the squat rack with Tamsin Ibicam. We'll go ahead and talk about that a little bit later in resistance bands. But, when you do proper compound movements like squats, you're activating your core. There's a different type of a workout that you tailor your workouts according to the positional unit that you're training. So if you're training wide receivers, you'll be training them a little bit different than you train, let's say, an offensive lineman. But one thing remains the same, and you brought up a good point. It's all about the lateral agility, right? You need to have that lateral agility to have the mind-muscle connection to when you hit these strides or when you explode off that initial step it's more of a reaction type of play. Whereas if you're planting and it's like you're not used to planting on that way, and then that's when injuries start to happen, because then you have to change back and you're like, oh, and that's ACL injuries, right? Majority of ACL injuries in the United States, 70 to 100,000 of them are I would say they're non-contact, right? Majority of ACL injuries are non-contact, right? 70%.
Right. So think about this with ACLs too. Okay. Number one, it depends upon what kind of surface you're on.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
But also too is that if you're not doing the proper movements, if your hips and your groins are not strong and they're not used to moving a certain way, guess what? Yeah. Guess what happens?
Yeah.
All that goes down to your ACLs.
Correct. Okay?
So then you pull ACLs. So I read this study about why women athletes suffer ACLs more than men. Okay. Because some women are not strong in their hips. And if you, like basketball players, if you watch them, when when they shoot, their knees will go in because somebody has not said, hey, you know what? We need to work on your hip strength. So now they're overcompensating.
Yes.
And the same thing happens for professional, for men, professional athletes.
Right.
If you're not doing those correct movements and those correct exercises, guess what? They're going to overcompensate and something's going to give. There's no doubt in my mind about that, and people talk about squats.
Yeah.
If you think about squats may be, well, in my mind, it's the best overall exercise there is.
Correct. I agree.
Because you're incorporating everything. Your chest has to be up. Your shoulders have to be back. You have to have the right form. So now you're engaging, your shoulders, your back, of course, your arms are there too. But now hips, groin, quads, hamstring, calves.
Yep.
And so, so people who shy away from squats, I'm like, why? And the thing is, and you don't have to, you don't have to go like super duper heavy.
Yeah.
You have to do what's functional. And and when people say, okay, you know what, my butt has to touch my ankles, it's like, why?
Yeah.
That's just putting more stress on your knees.
Right.
So, and again, if we go back to the off-season conditioning, program, and we're talking about injuries, this is why I think, again, this is my own opinion. This is why I think there's more injuries in the NFL.
Okay. Let's hear it.
I think because the way that they shortened the off-season conditioning program.
I agree with you 110%.
It went from, like I said, we started like the middle of March, like March 15th.
Yes. Okay? Yes.
And now they start sometime in April?
Yeah.
Maybe even, and I'm just like, okay, wait a minute. Now you've taken about 4 weeks away.
Yeah.
And also too, you have some guys who go out and get their own personal guys. Okay. You know what? As long as they're certified, as long as they know what they're doing.
Yeah.
I never had a problem with that.
But even the guys who are certified don't know what they're doing. Come on, TJ. Come on, bro.
You're right. You're absolutely right. And some people will get mad at me for this, and I don't care. I always say this all the time. They want to take us strength coaches and put us in the same bubble as personal trainers. And I said, no. I said, we go to school. We get our degrees. We get certified. I said, calling me a personal trainer is like calling a lawyer a paralegal. and I get really pissy about it, to tell you the truth.
Well, no, you should. It's not the same. It's not the same.
No, but again, I think because of what they've done, the way they've shortened the off-season conditioning program.
Yeah.
That's why I think there's more injuries now. And when this first happened, I was talking to one of the former guys. I said, you know what, this is going to hurt some players.
Oh yeah.
And it, and it has. So that's why I think there's more injuries. Yeah.
No, I agree with you 110%. I said I didn't want to jinx to anyone, but when COVID hit and it said we're going to shorten the offseason program, I said, watch, there's going to be a number of players who are going to get hurt. One, because I trained them in the offseason. You got to remember, they can't go to you if you're under contract with the Niners. You have to stay away. So they kind of use me as bridging that gap. And so I tell them, I was like, when they're not with me, truth be told, I don't know what they're doing. You don't know what they're doing. They can say the right things, but once they come back and let's say, okay, now it's a condensed off-season training program. We have phases, right? Yeah, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase whatever the phase is, right? But again, you cannot clump everyone in the same phase because of the fact like you don't know where they've been for the last 6 to 8 weeks. You don't know what they've been doing.
You're right. You know what? And I will tell you, there's 2 strength coaches that have their own facilities now that I give so much respect to. Gunnar Peterson.
Okay.
Do you know who Gunnar Peterson is?
I do not.
Okay.
I do not. Now I do.
Gunnar Peterson is the so-called strength coach for the stars and for athletes.
Okay.
I met Gunnar back in, I think it's 2001, 2002. He called me. Jeff Garcia was in LA for the next month or so. And he goes, hey, Jeff Garcia wants to work out with me. He goes, can you send me what you use for Jeff Garcia? I'm like, absolutely. So I sent him our program. I sent him, our conditioning drills. And he goes, I will keep you posted.
Yeah.
On what he does.
Yeah.
He goes, I will follow this. I was like, awesome. And he did. Another guy, Ryan Capretta. Ryan is down in LA as well. And I just went to visit Ryan last week. I was down in LA and he's got this great facility. Well, Ryan was a strength coach at Stanford. I tried to hire him when I was with the Niners, but he went to the Cardinals instead. But anybody who calls me and says, hey, I need a good strength coach, I'm like, these are my 2 guys that I would send you to in a minute because they understand, they have no egos. And I'll tell you, Ryan right now, he's got people like, I ran into Donald Penn when I was down there. But Ryan has Paul George, he has Aaron Rodgers, Clay Matthews. The list goes on and on and on and on. But because they have no egos and they talk to you,
right.
When my athletes wanted to go down there and train with them, I was like, absolutely. But they talked to you and they said, what do you do with them?
Yeah.
And I send them the programs. What's their strengths and weaknesses?
Right.
But some of these people have egos.
Right.
They want to just get in. And I tell people this all the time. So one of my core things about being a strength coach is we're not curing cancer. So why do you walk around with ego? Yeah. All we are coaches, and also we're teachers as well.
Right.
So put that ego on the shelf.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mariah, for our faithful, for sending me a super chat and super sticker. If you like the work, like the channel, like the BEASTwriter movement, we are striving to push here in the BEASTwriter family. Consider sending us a super chat. TJ, you're killing it. Everyone loves what you have to say, man. I'm telling you, everyone, look at everyone. Okay, John Zach has a tip. He's like, hey, tips help. Do you have any tips to help keep the 49ers healthy?
Hey,
I would say, come on, TJ, look, what's the tip?
I would say extend the off-season conditioning program. Extend it. Please, because again, and I have not met the new strength coaches yet, and I've heard some great things about them. But again, if you got a short amount of time,
right,
then you're basically, it's an uphill battle.
Correct.
I think that if they extend the off-season conditioning program, we will see that, we will see what happens. And by the way, I am so jealous of that weight room. We try to get ours like that when I was there. Jerry Adler kept pushing. We had 2,200 square feet that we were working with.
Jeez Louise.
2,200 square feet. And so you've been in the facility.
Of course.
Okay, so you remember it? Were you in the facility before they expanded everything?
No.
Okay.
No.
So where you walk in, I'm trying to think. Okay, so when you walk in the door,
correct,
and in that back, so you walk in the door,
yeah,
the counter's here, and then you go into the back there.
Correct.
And that's what used to be where the weight room is. Steve, so have you ever been to Steve Risser's office?
Nope.
Okay, so Steve Risser's office and the coach's office, that's where the weight room used to be.
Okay.
And Jerry Attaway tried so much and said, hey, let's just blow the back out here. Okay. We can expand it another, say, 4,500, 5,000 square feet.
Right.
But they didn't want to do it. And it's not Jed, but his dad didn't want to do it because they want to keep the picnic area. But we're like, we need more room. So imagine us with And I remember one time that we had over 100 players during the off season.
Jeez Louise.
2,200 square feet I'm working with. 2,200 square feet. We made it work.
How?
By cramming everything in.
You must have been circuit training. Come on, bro. There's no way you can cram 100 people in there in the 2,200, and they're football players. They're taking up a lot of room, bro.
We weren't circuit training, but we had shifts.
There you go.
We had to break down the shifts. We had the offensive linemen come in with the defensive linemen. We had shifts. That's the only way that we could do it. And there were times that was so hot and sweaty in there. It was just like, whoa, you open up the back doors, you got the air going. It's like, whoa. So,
this is awesome. I see everyone likes it. We're talking candlestick here. This is great stuff so far. I love this. The comments in here are awesome. Jerry Walker from Facebook says 2,200 square feet is about double what we used to have at 7-Eleven Nevada Street in Redwood City.
Jerry's old school, so so he was there, when they first started. So yeah, dude, I'm telling you, it was tight quarters at times, So here's one thing that I did introduce to the Niners.
Okay,
and I did it just as an experiment. So the first week of lifting.
Mm-hmm.
I started thinking to myself, like, okay, what can we do to increase their muscle endurance so that it will stay throughout the year?
Okay.
It was crazy, but it worked. And some of the guys just looked at me like I had a third eye. Like, what are you doing to us? So with a lot of the exercises, I took the reps all the way up to 16.
Ooh, that's a high rep count, bro.
Yep. So I did it for 16 for 2 weeks. Then I dropped it down to 14, then 12, 8, and then 6 was probably the lowest that I did. Okay.
So you pyramid down.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. So I just wanted to see, because again, the thing that I was thinking about was muscle endurance throughout the year.
Okay.
And I'm sorry to my guys that did this, but it worked. And so I kept doing it. So can you imagine, you're bench pressing?
Yeah.
So so you take a guy like Isaac
Sopoaga.
Love Isaac.
Dude, that guy's a good guy, man. I got to know him. He used to hit up J-Town all the time. He used to buy me drinks all the time. He's like, what's up? He's awesome. He's such a humble guy. So
you take reps like 16 for Isaac.
Yeah.
And he's still benching 315 at 16 reps.
Oh, absolutely.
And and I mean, it helped him, but sometimes I look at him like it didn't even phase him. Like, shoot, dude, you're still doing 316. You take a guy like Dave Fiore. He would squat 405. Well, I take that back. He would start at 375 for 16, and then he would push himself all the way up to 405.
Are you serious?
I kid you not. Yeah, he was that strong. But so again, but I would only do 16s one time around. Just because I wanted to see.
Okay.
And it worked. But during the season, there was no way I was going to do 16s.
Right.
I kept it anywhere. I think 12 was the highest that I went possibly. And then the lowest I would go was 6, because I was never a true believer in maxing out.
Okay.
Because guys, they're athletes. If they get it in their head, I got to do this. You know what? Is maxing out going to help you on the field? No, it's not.
Yeah.
Muscle endurance and strength is going to help you on the field.
Yes, absolutely. Question. Do you have any advice? What's your advice for anyone aspiring to be a physical therapist or a strength coach? What's the best advice you can give someone who's possibly delving into that career path?
So, so again, I was fortunate. I went to San Jose State, got my degree in kinesiology, movement science from there. In San Jose State, one of the best departments there is in my opinion, in America.
Okay. So
I went there, and again, I just started applying for different internships.
Okay.
Well, okay. So let me back up. Let me tell you, you'll love this story. There was a strength coach at Texas A&M at the time named John Clark.
John Clark. Okay.
When I got into San Jose State, I was like, I want to be a strength coach. What the hell do I do? I called him out of the blue, told him who I was. He spent 90 minutes on the phone with me.
Wow.
And this is a time where Texas A&M was one of the top football programs.
Wow.
90 minutes. And I was jotting notes as fast as I can, just like whatever. And I took all that, plus what I learned from Jerry Attaway and Mike Barnes. I took all that and I said, okay, this is basically the blueprint on how to do this.
Yeah.
And so, so anybody who's wants to go into the strength and conditioning field or PT, first of all, got to get your degree.
Yes.
Number 2, try to get an internship with, any place that you possibly can, whether it's pro or college.
Yeah.
Okay. Once you get that internship, work your butt off.
Yeah.
Listen. Don't come in there thinking that you know everything, because we don't know everything.
Right. Exactly.
Listen, get all the tips that you possibly can. Take everything that take everything, keep it inside your head, write it down, whatever you have to do. But also too, this is another thing that I did, I think it was my 3rd year with the Niners after I took over for, being the physical development director, is I started calling different strength coaches in different sports.
And
why? I did it.
Why do that? Explain.
Because I wanted to know, how do you train baseball players? How do you train hockey players? How do you train basketball players? What's different? And I wanted to get as many drills as I possibly can. And then I went to colleges. I went to Pitt. I went to Youngstown State. I one offseason I did a road trip.
Okay. That's dope.
Dude, I learned so much. Like with the New York Mets, I reached out to those guys. I went there, went down to Florida where they were training. I learned from them. I went to the Cubs because one of my best friends, Bobby Hill, from the Bay Area, was drafted by the Cubs.
Okay.
He put me in touch with their strength coach. I went down there. He showed me some stuff. I showed him some stuff. It turned into a 3-year off season where I was going to training camp with the Cubs. That's and learning that stuff. One of my good friends, Mac Reed, he and I went to college together. He became the strength coach for the Sharks.
Yeah.
So any testing day, whatever, I went down there and I learned. I just, started picking people's brains. I went to ASU. I went all over the place.
Yeah.
And I learned, and I found out what I like and what I didn't like.
That's good. Yeah.
But it helps, and to this day, like when I was down in LA, visiting Ryan Capretta, I watched him take his athletes through. We started exchanging ideals.
Right.
Even more. So it's a constantly learning phase, so learn as much as you can. And I would say this, who's ever going to, if they want to go into being a PT, because my initial path was going to be a PT.
Okay.
I dislocated my shoulder. I had to have surgery. Went to a place called the Institute of Athletic Medicine back home when I was living in Minnesota. And I said, okay, this is going to be great because I want to learn. And I thought I was going to be rehabbing with athletes.
Right.
Well, there's a couple of athletes, but everything else was the general public. Ryan, it turned me away from PT because a good population of the general public, they're lazy. They don't want to get better.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
I was so disgusted.
That's true.
And it got to a point where I learned all the exercises that I need to. So they started double booking, where they would book me and somebody else somebody else with me.
Yeah.
Yep. And I would go off and do my thing because they say, okay, you know what to do, yada yada. If you need us, call us. Because we like to take care of our bodies. I was a man on a mission to get back into the gym as fast as I could. And I worked so hard that I was 8 weeks ahead of schedule. Plus, also what I did is once I found out I hurt my shoulder, is I started doing prehab. So I started doing rehab before surgery.
Oh.
And so that put me 8 weeks ahead of everybody else.
Wow.
But that took me away from PT altogether. I was like, I'm not going. So I'm going to go strength and conditioning. But if somebody wants to go PT, I would say this. Go PT.
Okay.
Also, do some strength and conditioning classes as well. Get certified, because that makes you more marketable.
Correct.
You know, I mean, I took injury prevention classes. I would sit there and talk, and that's one thing again about with the Niners, because we had Lindsey McLean was there as our head ATC. Jason Powell, who has now been with the Clippers for 20 years, was our other ATC. Jeff Tanaka, we had some other.
Jeff Tanaka, I forgot about him. What is he up to? Do you know what he's up to?
He was let go by the Bulls last year. I'm not sure. I know he's still in Chicago, but I'm not sure what he's doing. But I can find out. Okay. But the thing is when rehab started, I would go in there with him just to watch and learn.
Yeah.
But we always had, that mutual respect for each other. So we would talk. Okay, you're doing this for rehab, so we're going to do this with them for strength and conditioning.
Right.
So and again, Jerry Attaway, his knowledge, his mind was so creative. Yeah. When it came to injuries or conditioning drills, that he would come up with stuff, and I would just look at him like, how the heck did you come up with that? Well, now guess what? I turned the same weight as he did. Because when I come up with different drills for our softball team, they look at me like, how'd you come up with that? I said, I don't know. It just came up, It's like I was talking to one of my players just the other day. I said, hey, I woke up in the middle of the night and I came up with a new conditioning drill. She goes, oh my God. She goes, I can't wait to see this. But, but again, you have to be creative, but you have to understand that what's right for the athletes as well. So, yeah.
That's really good. And again, you can't train hockey players the same way you train a football player, because the functional movements is what you're talking about. Functional strength and relative strength are two totally separate things that we're talking about here. And I think as long as you incorporate these functional strengths to where it translates onto the football field, that's where the mind-muscle connection really comes into play.
Right.
Because I feel like a lot of these strength training coaches, well, I shouldn't say a lot, but I know a handful of them, I watch what they do with their athletes, and it's almost like, why would you use those types of movements when it's not really geared to what they're doing onto the football field? So how's that going to translate into getting a sack or getting pressure up front?
Right.
That should be more tailored to someone like a wide receiver coming off the line of scrimmage or something like that. So yeah, functional strength is such a huge component of the strength and conditioning program, which is different from a personal trainer, because a personal trainer will just teach you the compound movements of performing certain, I guess it would say basic. It's more basic, right? There's no other way to say it. It's basic. It's basic.
No, really, seriously, it's basic. And think about it and I'm not saying that all personal trainers are like this, but there's quite a few. They're used to training the general public.
Exactly.
Yep. And and I will tell you, there's been some of my softball players in the past who've gone to personal trainers. I said, why? I said, you're paying all this money. I said, you got me for free.
Yeah.
I get a salary, of course.
Yeah.
But I said, you have me 24/7 whenever you need me. And I said, first of all, so what is your personal trainer's credentials?
Yeah.
Oh, they went through, 24-hour fitness training, or they did ACE. I said, okay. So they have no professional experience.
Dude, dude, tell them, man, because again, I'm not hating on anyone who's a 24-hour fitness personal trainer or someone who has the ACE certification, but that's not in our eyes. That's nothing. That's nothing.
Okay. It's okay to me. I compare that to, okay, so you're going to go through ACE or do whatever. That's, I'm not going to knock any. Well, I am going to knock some countries, but that's like going to med school in a third world country.
Yeah.
When you can begin the experience, and that's one thing I like about the CSCS. Even though now that they have a personal training certification, but the CSCS, you have to have a 4-year degree.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I love that. NASM, same thing. I absolutely love that. So why are you going to limit yourself?
Exactly.
And go here when you can be here.
Right.
Exactly. And the thing, and here's another thing about being strength and conditioning. And actually, Ryan Capretta said this to me the other day. He goes, well, he said, and it's funny. He goes, he's not in the NFL anymore. He goes, so he's a little bit out of the game. I said, no, Ryan. I said, you're never out of the game when you're a strength coach.
Yeah.
It's always in my blood. You know, again, I'm, you know, even though I'm coaching softball, but I still get calls. Like Dan Quinn 3 years ago when he was with the Falcons, he called me.
Okay.
Because, you know, Dan used to be our defensive.
Not for the Niners. Yeah, absolutely.
I love Dan. You know, we're good friends. He called me and he said, what did you guys do at the Niners with your strength and conditioning program? He goes, the off season. I said, Dan, I have everything. I keep everything.
Yeah.
And he goes, because you and Jerry Attaway, and again, I love Dan for this. He said, you guys were the best that I've been around. He goes, will you share with our guys? I'm like, absolutely.
Yeah.
Goes, are you sure? I was like, yeah. And that's the problem. That you got some strength coaches that won't share.
Oh, I know. Oh, I know they won't. It's like their Bible. It's like their thing. And it's like if it gets out, then they feel like they become of lesser value, right? Because now it's out there.
But my thing is like, look, people help me to get where I'm at.
Yeah, exactly.
So why not help them? You know, and that's why I said we're not only coaches, but we're teachers. You know, anybody that I have had as interns.
Yeah.
And I've set them down and I told them, I said, my job is to help you get better so that you get a full-time job someplace else.
Yeah.
Now, the ones that didn't listen to me,
right,
and they don't understand how the sports world works, and they don't understand that I do have a PhD in networking, so I know a lot of people.
That's true.
If you didn't give me 100%, how can I give you a recommendation?
Exactly.
Because now that's my reputation that's on the line. And I sent you somebody that screwed something up. Yeah. They come back and look at me like, I won't do it.
That's what I talked about here in the BEASTwriter Family. And people are asking me, how do you have guys like TJ on the show, like Steve Weiss, NFL? I said, you know what? One, you got to have the work ethic, but then it comes down to integrity and trust and the relationship factor. That's built over like years, right? God, yeah. Years. And we talk about it, you know, if you don't trust somebody, you're not going to want to associate with that person because you don't trust them. And again, when you put yourself on the line, like when you hop on the BEASTwriter Family show, you're associated with me. This is association. Exactly. So if it's good, that's good association. But if it's bad association, it's like, dang, I'm never hopping on this BEASTwriter Family show ever again. And that's why I think people in here, I try to tell them, you know, like, I don't care, right? Like, someone's always going to want to pay it forward, right? Here in the BEASTwriter Family, we always want to pay it forward. And that's what I want to talk about. Is like those who don't, or those who are just doing it for their own selfish interests, they're doing it for the wrong reasons, right? And that's why I ask, you know, when people are on the show and like aspiring, you know, strength training coaches or aspiring journalists or reporters, I have the guys who are at the top of the game, like you guys hop on the show and then you guys can provide your piece of advice for someone who may be looking into that, because you guys are the pioneers. You guys are the ones that have been there, done that, and continue doing it today. So again, this is such strong words because everything that all the guests that hop on the BEASTwriter Family show and part of the BEASTwriter Family, you guys all echo the same analysis and the same insight. So it's really cool to share your stories because at the end of the day, no matter if you're a strength coach, no matter if you're a former GM, no matter if you're a journalist or reporter, national contributor, NFL media, doesn't matter. One thing remains the same, and that it's all about good vibes only here in the BEASTwriter Family. And TJ, you're awesome, bro. Let's keep it going. Look at someone had a question for you. Okay, Sean T. Uber from YouTube BEASTwriter Family says, "Is hanging good for shoulder impingement?"
No.
Okay.
No. Okay. So if he has a shoulder impingement, number one, go get that thing looked at.
I know.
Here, go get that thing looked at.
Yes.
And you know, and again, there's some great doctors out there. You know, I mean, Dr. Dillingham is still practicing medicine. You know, go get that thing looked at. Have the thing taken care of. But you know, again, and you know, so basically that's what I had because I dislocated my shoulder twice.
Okay.
I had an impingement. I had so much stuff in my shoulder that was wrong. I mean, I even had a protrusion that was up here in my trap. It was like hanging up there.
Jeez.
And it was a 5-hour surgery. But again, I did enough research and I talked to people where I started doing the rehab before I had the surgery. Ryan, they went in there and cleaned that thing up so good. I've never had any problems with it since. But again, the strength that I occurred from it from before surgery totally helped me.
Yeah.
So, and again, so I learned a lot of things from rehab from that. But then when I got to the Niners, Mike Barnes and Jerry Attaway had this great shoulder rehab that I still use today with my softball players, even if they're not rehabbing, but just stuff that I will incorporate in as well.
Right.
Because at the time when I got there, that's when Steve Young hurt his shoulder. So, okay, so here I am, my first couple of weeks, we're working with Steve Young on his shoulder, on his shoulder rehab, and he came back, of course,
Right.
So it's stuff like that, that they have to reach out, and I'm hoping that whomever wants to be a strength coach and they reach out to certain people, whether it's college, the pros, whatever it is that they take the time to talk to them.
That's the thing, though. I hate to say it, but there's a lot of coaches out there who don't take the time because you know what? It's too much work. It's too much work, TJ. Look if you're talking to a 53-man roster or let's say off-season training program, so you have 90 people in camp right now, are you literally going to take the time to talk to each one of those 90 people and be like, okay, well, you're coming off injuries, so no, because the assessment process is too long. But the good ones and the best ones will go ahead and do that because they're looking out for what? Your best interest. And that's what the thing that's missing in today's NFL is in the age of information. When you talk about all these players who have their own freaking strength and conditioning coaches or personal trainers, and you see them posting workouts on Instagram, I laugh at some of the workouts. I literally laugh at it because they're doing things that they shouldn't be doing. Like, why would you hang? This is one that I want to talk to you about.
Talk to me.
Check this out. Okay, you want to talk about a punching bag, okay? A punching bag, and you see a defensive lineman hanging from the punching bag, inverted, doing crunches.
Why?
Why do that? Why do that? Why?
That doesn't make any sense because, okay, so, I understand that you have a punching bag, okay? Use the punching bag with the defensive lineman on his doggone feet, putting his hips into it.
Thank you.
And this, my softball players laugh at me all the time when I say this. When they're swinging a bat or we're doing kettlebells, I always tell them, I said, you have to use your hips. I said, anything that you do, any sport that you play, you have to use your hips. And they look at me, they're like, okay. And I said, what does Ice Cube say? Put your hips into it. And they laugh at me all the time. That's like my go-to line. But again, and I will tell you this. And I always told myself this, like, okay, if I got into a position where I can help people, no matter who it is, and if they're serious about it, if they call me, I will try to make the time to talk to them.
Right.
One of the greatest honors, that I ever had was I had a Marine who was in Iraq at the time.
Yeah.
Send me a letter and said, we have limited equipment. Can you design a program for us? And I did it.
What was the equipment? What did it have? Kettlebells and dumbbells? Free weights?
They had dumbbells. They had kettlebells. They had cement blocks.
Cement blocks?
They had some cement blocks that they put together and they put it, they use it on a bar for bench press, stuff like that. They had tires, stuff like that.
Okay.
So I sent them everything that I had.
Yeah.
Everything, from our conditioning programs to our strength programs, the whole deal. Okay. This young man was so appreciative.
Yeah.
He wrote back and said, thank you very much. And I said, look, number one, and I think you know this, I'm a vet. I served for 9 years.
Correct.
So, of course, I'm going to do whatever it takes.
Correct.
He sends me a note back. I write him a letter. And I'm going to get a little emotional here. 3 weeks after that, his brother writes me a letter and said that Michael never got a chance to read your last letter because he was killed in action, saving a medic and 3 or 4 of his platoon mates. I still have that letter. I have a letter that he wrote me. I got a card with with his name on it and stuff. And so when I got that letter from his brother, I said, no. He goes, my brother was so pleased that you took the time to write to him. He goes, it was an honor. I said, no, the honor was mine, that he even reached out to me and asked me to do that.
Wow.
So that's why that's one of the reasons why I still do what I do. But when young people call me and ask me, and they're serious about this,
Yeah.
I will help them the best way that I possibly can.
Yeah. Well, that's a true inspirational story right there.
Yeah.
Gosh, that's crazy.
And again,
That's
like
crazy, bro. Like it's just
you see people trying to do different things, and I said, why reinvent the wheel?
there you go.
It's like, don't forget about the basics.
Yeah.
What got us here were being the basics. There's some things that just aren't going to go away. Now, you know what? Am I open to look at new ideas? Sure. You're stupid and crazy. No, I'm not going to use that.
Right.
So yeah.
That's wow, that's a crazy story. That's that will stick with you forever, TJ.
Oh my God. And again, on my bookshelf, I have his card there.
Yeah.
I mean, I think about him, quite often, but especially when Veterans Day comes around, Memorial Day comes around, I think about him. But again, for his brother to write me and said, my brother was thrilled and he was honored. I said, no, the honor was absolutely mine. I mean, they're defending our country.
Correct.
What kind of person am I that I'm a professional strength coach. I'm training athletes. And if I don't have the time to write back to a serviceman who's defending our freedom, what kind of person am I?
Exactly. That's very true. But there are people who won't give you the time of day because of the position they're in. You know how that goes, TJ.
Dude, I will. Okay, so you'll love this, and I know you love my stories. Okay,
I love your stories, of course. That's why you're on here.
So the first time I went to the combine.
Yeah.
Well, I take that back. It's the second time I went to the combine, and I had taken over for Mike Barnes.
Okay.
And I'm standing there, and I'm overhearing these other strength coaches talk, and they didn't know that I could hear them. One strength coach said that the only reason why he got his position because he felt that I didn't go through the proper channels. That I didn't start at college and work my way up. He says that I was an affirmative action hire.
What? No.
Yes, he did. He said that. I said, okay. So I remembered that.
What? You heard that?
I heard that. 3 years after that happened, he got fired.
Well, yeah.
And he guess who's the first person that he called looking for a job?
You.
Yep. And I said, the position's filled.
Yeah. Forever.
Yeah, exactly. But the guys that, and again, and I don't know why, but there's a lot of strength coaches that have egos. And the ones that treated me a certain way or that wouldn't give me a time of day, I remember them.
Yeah.
When it came time for them where they needed a favor or something.
Yeah.
Nope.
Sorry.
I can't help you. Now the other guys who opened their doors to me, help me in any way, dude, what can I do for you? Right.
And that's what I talk about here in the BEASTwriter family. Loyalty. I always say this, right? Blood is thicker than water, right? Yeah. Blood is thicker than water, but loyalty is thicker than blood.
Yes.
If you're loyal.
Yes.
Here in the BEASTwriter family, that's what it's all about. Loyalty goes so much further because, again, when you're loyal to someone, that's my guy. You hear it all the time in business, in your personal life. That's my guy. I will stand with my guy.
Yes.
Right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I will run through a wall. And that's, people in the BEASTwriter family, these are my people. Right. Like this is the BEASTwriter family. And if you're not with the movement of having integrity, trust, loyalty, honor, unity, and respect, like I always say, that's why in our logo, there's a 6-point star. It's not your traditional 5-point star. There's a meaning behind the whole logo is because I try to embody these things, and the people who hop on our show embody these things because at the same time, it's like we're trying to push a better movement. And if you're not loyal,
right,
then what's the point?
Well,
it sounds like a cool story. Oh, TJ, yeah. I'm not really, not saying I'm not really loyal to this guy, but like, let's say, like, for instance, I'm not loyal to you and whatever. And it's like, what is that? Like, there's so many people in here for their own self-interest rather than doing the right thing. I'm just saying, it's really, it annoys the heck out of me because how many people do we know? And we're not going to name drop anyone, but I mean, there's people who are who just do things for their own self-interest. And I think that's the wrong way about doing business. I think it's horrible that these people can look at themselves in the mirror and monetize off other people's flaws.
Yep.
But that's just the way people are, and it's very, very sad that they live their lives that way.
You're right. You know what? And again, my friends will tell you that, and we joke about this, that I have a PhD in networking.
Yes.
And it's, you know what? And it's not by chance. It's because I work hard at it. And, you know, and I'm loyal to those people who are loyal and kind to me, you know. Right. It's, you know, it's like when training camps start. You know, I go through the rosters and I look at what coaches are where.
Yeah. You do the same thing I do.
Oh yeah. You know, because there's coaches that I've coached with that are all over the place.
Yeah.
The coaches that I know that are with teams, I can call them and say, hey, I want to come by training camp.
Yeah.
Because we've been loyal to each other.
Right.
You know, the Falcons were out here 2 years ago. I called Dan Quinn. I said, hey, can I come by the Saturday walkthrough? He goes, if you didn't, he goes, I would be offended.
Mm.
So again, I go see Dan, and, you know, Greg Knapp is there. Jeff Ulbrich is there, and I love Brick. Brick was a player when I was there, you know.
He was. Hawaii guy.
Yeah.
San Jose State guy. Or no, not San Jose State guy. Hawaii guy. San Jose born, right? Was he born in the
do you know the story? Do you know the story about him going to Hawaii?
No. Tell me that story. 3rd round pick, right?
Yes. So he plays at Gavilan Community College.
That's right.
He wanted to go to San Jose State, but they told him that he could not make the team.
Why?
Because they didn't think he was good enough. He goes to Hawaii.
Yeah.
We draft him in the 3rd round. Brick shows up at 252. Okay, we said, you need to lose some weight. He stays with us during the off season.
Okay.
He gets down to 235. I have never seen a player take on strength and conditioning the way he did, and I'm not talking about just his work ethic. He researches like a madman. He started bringing stuff to me that I thought I had read. I said, well, I guess I didn't read this. But yeah, I mean, so he played what? He played over 10 years.
Yeah.
He never once went back up to 252. He was at 230, around that 235-ish area.
Yeah.
It played. I mean, you talk about going from sideline to sideline.
I know.
Oh yeah, yeah. So, you know, so a couple of years ago, I did what I called my training camp road trip. I started here with the Niners. You know, I called those guys. They're like, oh yeah, I'll come by. I knew guys at the Raiders. I went up to the Raiders. Then I went to LA. I saw the Chargers and I saw the Rams within 2 days because I knew people on the coaching staff. And they're like, we'd love to have you.
Yeah.
We absolutely love to have you. And that's, you know what? And that's being loyal and true to yourself and showing people the respect.
Exactly.
People have to understand that once you get into a position, that I guess you can call it a high profile position, you can't let it go to your head.
Absolutely.
People remember that.
Absolutely.
So yeah.
That's a really fun Jeff Ulbrich story. Jeff Ulbrich was one of my favorite players growing up. Came out of a 2000 NFL draft class along with Ahmed Plummer, Jason Webster, guys like John Milam, I think, came out of that draft class. Maybe John Milam came. No, I think John Milam did come out of that draft class.
Well, you know,
Paul Smith. Paul Smith was in that draft class at a UTEP.
Yeah. Did you mention Julian Peterson?
Julian Peterson, yes, drafted in the 1st round.
Because we took Julian and then we took Ahmed.
Ahmed Plummer. That's correct.
But,
yeah.
you know,
John Engelberger. Oh
my God. So we took Berger and we took Jason Webster in the 2nd round.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep. 4 defensive players. 4 defensive players.
I'll tell you what, that was one of the best drafts ever.
Thank you. I agree.
Ever. You know, and Jason Webster, if he didn't get the injury bug so much, he would have been an all-pro corner. He was so athletic. Oh my God. So Julian Peterson.
Yes.
Okay. So do you know that we were the first team in the NFL to use the bod pod?
What the heck is the bod pod?
Oh, wait a minute. You've never seen the bod pod?
Okay. No. So it's a body scan? What is it? What's a bod pod?
Okay. So the bod pod is shaped like an egg. Okay. You get in there and what they do, and to me, it's the most accurate thing out there because it sends sound waves through.
Okay.
and it measures your body fat. It measures your whole body composition. Okay.
Yeah.
So we were the first team in the NFL to use that. So we put in there Julian Peterson. JP, love JP. JP's what, 6'4", 6'5", 245, around there, something like that, right? Yeah. JP would come in the morning sometimes eating Carl's Jr. fries and a grape soda. I was like, JP, you can't do that. You just can't. This guy we put in there, 4% body fat.
Jeez.
4% body fat. And I was like,
are you sure it was 4%?
Oh God. Oh, things like that you don't forget.
4%, bro. That's like my body on prep, bro. It's like, that's crazy.
Andre Carter was 6%.
Oh, I believe that. Andre Carter was a monster. Oh,
so we did it a couple times to make sure. So then I finally meet JP's parents.
Jeez.
His parents, his mom is probably about 6'1", 6'2". Dad 6'3", 6'4". His dad smoked. Their diets weren't great, but they were so naturally gifted. I was just like, oh my God. Like, it was crazy. It was crazy. Great genetics. Yes. Fantastic genetics. Yeah. And my numbers may be off on this one, but we put BY in there.
Okay.
He was either 10 or 12%.
That's good. That's good for a defensive lineman. At
6'3", 290-ish, 3 something. He might have been a little lower, but I mean, you take BY.
Jeez.
And I would say you skin him and you put it up there, he looked like a bear.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy. 12% for BY. That's really good. Body fat percentage. Anything depends on the position, but yeah. Even for the linebacker position in today's NFL, I think you're looking at 12 to 15%, right?
Yeah, but here's the thing with our guys, they're so competitive.
Yeah, I know.
They want to see everybody's body composition. And there would be contests. I mean, there would be big money on the line to see who can get their body comp lower for the next year.
That's legit. That's legit.
So you have some homework. You have to look up the bod pod.
I will.
It's invented, and I can't think of the name of the company, but they're actually up here in Concord, up in the East Bay.
Are you sure? Bod pod?
The bod pod. And matter of fact, when I went to go see my boy Ryan Capretta, he had one because we introduced that to him in Stanford. And we were the ones that got it into the NFL Combine.
Oh, so it's like its own little like incubator.
Yep. Yeah. So when we went to the Combine, and Jerry Attaway again, he introduced this. Everybody was worried about 225s, all the conditioning drills, the whole deal. Jerry said, "Okay, here's what we're going to do." He goes, we're going to get body composition of everybody.
Yeah.
And we're going to put it into a spreadsheet. And he and I would stay up that whole night, putting everything in the spreadsheet, making copies, and giving it to all 32 teams. All 32. And talk about sharing information.
Yeah.
Why not? Because Jerry said it makes the league better if we share information.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. So the bod pod, you have to find someplace to have the bod pod and go try it.
I'm going to go try that out now. What's up, G? Asks a question, says, Terrell, what's your take on chiropractors?
I got a love-hate relationship with chiropractors.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why.
Why?
Because there's chiropractors that are really good, that are certified. We had a great chiropractor, Mark Eastland, who was also a PT. So he understood what they needed. There's certain chiropractors that want to milk you for everything that you have. I remember the first time I went to a chiropractor just kind of see what they were talking about. The chiropractor told me I had scoliosis.
No, he did not. Really?
Yes, he did. He told me I had scoliosis. I said, I served 9 years in the service. If I had scoliosis, they would have told me.
So scoliosis is curve in the lumbar spine, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
And I was just like, but he wanted me to keep coming back and paying him. Paying him. So again, I mean, I'm not a big fan of chiropractors, but there's certain ones that, like I said, that have PT or ATC backgrounds. And I'm like,
yeah,
absolutely,
Yeah.
So yeah, the chiropractors that you walk into and they tell you they can fix anything. No, stay away.
All right, let's move on.
Okay.
This is an interesting topic. All right, so let's talk about the importance of fasted cardio, high intensity interval training, and post cardio, and how each affects an athlete differently.
Okay, so I'm not a big fan of cardio fasting.
Why?
Because, okay, think about this. That your body gets energy from different sources. Fat, muscles. Okay. Now, not everybody's body reacts the same way.
Correct.
Okay. So if I'm a professional athlete, I would, if I'm still a strength coach there, I would not tell any of my athletes to fast before you go work out. Okay. Think about this too. If you're fasting, in order for a fast, and I've never been a big fan of fasting because I like to eat. So I was like, there's no way. And and when I'm hungry, I get really angry.
Yeah. Hangry. Yeah.
There you go. But fasting actually takes effect if you fast for 12 to 14 hours around that time. Okay. And I'm also a firm believer that if you stop eating at a certain time, that your metabolism slows down.
Correct.
Okay. So, and I've been doing this for years. I eat when I get hungry. I never eat till I'm full. I eat till I'm satisfied.
That's very important. And that's the most important thing. And one of the most important lessons I think you can take from this stream is don't eat till you're full. Eat till you're not hungry anymore.
Exactly. And I've done this for years. I have programmed myself in my mind to, when I get up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, I go grab something to eat.
Yeah.
Whether it's fruit, whatever it is, it could be just like a piece of chicken, whatever it is. Because if you say you go to bed at 11 o'clock,
correct,
at 6 or 7, you have not eating. Your metabolism is going to slow down. It's like feeding a furnace. If you don't feed that furnace, you're not going to get any heat.
Exactly.
So I get up in the middle of the night, and maybe a glass of chocolate milk, whatever it is, which I think, in my opinion, again, when I'm done working out, chocolate milk is the best recovery for me.
Is it? I can't do it. I'm lactose intolerant.
Okay. Well, but they have lactose-free chocolate milk.
That's true.
Because you think about this. Number one, it's inexpensive.
Very inexpensive.
Number two, it has everything that you want. And people that says, "Oh, I do 1% or 2%," I said, "Why?" I said, "They're watering it down. They're putting sugar in it. They're adding stuff." Yeah. What's wrong with regular milk? There's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
So it gives you the protein that you need to help regenerate your muscles.
Okay.
So, and again, I've preached this for years. I've talked to my softball team. Now I got them loving chocolate milk, and I think, in my opinion, again, one of the biggest scams in the USA and throughout the world is supplements. It is supplements.
Yeah. I am on supplements, bro. I have to take supplements. I have to, because I'm sponsored athlete. So I do take my supplements.
Okay. But I mean, you don't take anything that's like everything under the sun. You don't. You do. No. You do your research. And I will say, there are some recovery supplements that I do like.
Such as what? Like, what about BCAAs? Let's talk about branched chain amino acids. Like, you take your BCAAs intro workout because you need the muscle recovery. What is your take? I know you can get it naturally from food, exactly. But what I know. But if you don't,
you knew where I was going.
I'm in the business like you, bro.
Yeah.
But when we talk about that, like, to be honest with you, like when I'm at the gym, like sometimes we're not, I know it sounds crazy, but you're not allowed to eat on the gym floor. So like for us, we have to take a supplement.
Okay. So here's what I think about BCAAs is that, okay, so let's say, if you're working out and you feel like you need it, okay, that's up to you. That's you. But if you're a professional athlete, and I've had conversations with some of my players about this, is you should not be taking BCAAs while we're playing whatsoever.
Okay.
Don't do it. Because again, number one, I think it can be a mental factor as well.
Correct.
Also too, how are you going to digest it? So if you're going to take it a couple hours before. And this is another thing that people don't understand. They think that you're going to eat a meal the morning of a big event. Okay.
No.
And they think, okay, guess what? That's going to help my performance. No, it starts anywhere from 28 to 48 hours before.
Exactly.
The days before. I've had to teach that to so many people. And that's because everything gets stored. And when you start to exercise and you're burning energy, those muscle stores, that's where it's going to come from. And I tell people, and I have people who don't eat. I said, okay, so when you don't eat because you want to lose weight, I said, where do you think your body's going to get those stores from? They're like, oh, it's going to get it from the fat. I said, no, it goes to the
muscles. Yeah.
Thank you. You know, so that's why when people come up with these different diets or fads or whatever it is, and I sit there and I just look at people like, just eat.
Yeah.
Just eat. There's, and you may do this, but I used to do this back in the day.
Okay.
When I was always on the go, and I would have a sandwich or whatever it is, and I didn't have a place to refrigerate things, I would eat baby food.
Oh, I have never had that.
Just the fruit.
Huh.
Think about it. Just think how healthy that is. You don't have to refrigerate it. You don't have to heat it up. If you're on the go, you pop open a couple of jars. You scoop it down. The pears are great. The raspberries are great. The bananas are great. People would look at me like, what the heck? And plus, when you're on a budget.
Oh, yeah.
At the time, it was only costing me like, what, 30 to 40 cents per jar?
Yeah.
If it's healthy for baby, it's going to be healthy for me.
That's true.
But I'm a firm believer that you can get everything through food. Now, there's some people that may need a little bit more because of their body makeup, but make sure you do your research first.
Yeah.
Understand what's in there.
Right.
So, yeah.
No, that's a very, very, very true statement. And like I said, I'm sponsored by Evogen. I'm a sponsored athlete, so I have to take my supplements, but they do help in some regards. Like, I think like BCAAs do help. I think whey protein isolates do help. I think that hydrolyzed whey proteins help. But again, it depends on the person. It depends on the body. I do think, and I am kind of agreeing with you here that, you can get everything from food. And that's the best source. I will say that. I will agree with you 110% on that. I think if you have the time. Because I mean, again, you go back to the Stone Age. There's no supplements.
No. Well, I mean, so think about even in the 20s and 30s and 40s.
Right.
They just ate meals.
Exactly.
And the thing is that people are like, oh, well, you know what? I got to have this because, I got to lose weight. Well, guess what? What happened back in the 20s and 30s and 40s? They worked.
They had to hunt and gather.
They worked.
Yeah.
Whether it was in a steel mill,
right, exactly.
Car factory, whatever it is,
Exactly.
They burned more than they put in their bodies. And that's the problem, And again, don't get me wrong, I love technology.
Yes. But
technology, when people sitting at home playing on their computers and not getting up and walking around, burning energy, that's part of the problem right there.
Yeah. And you talk about why milk is so important, why chocolate milk is so important. I think what we're going here is talk about the catabolic state, right? So once you go to sleep at night, your body goes in a catabolic state.
Yep. And
the reason why you say it's important to eat something is because you want to be a metabolic machine. You want to speed up your metabolic rate, correct?
Yes, exactly. Okay. So like last night, I mean, I knew I was going to get up early and, get my workout in and stuff. So what did I have last night to eat? Oh, I had just like a part of a leftover salad when I had tacos, but I had part of leftover salad. So I spooned that, had that in my mouth. I went back to bed and I had no troubles going back to sleep. Woke up, did my usual yogurt fruit shake with whole milk. I wasn't hungry.
Yeah.
I could feel the energy going. My workout, this morning went great.
Right.
So, and I can't think of any time that I've missed getting up in the middle of the night to eat something.
Wow.
It's just because I programmed myself to do that.
Yeah. It's a lifestyle.
You know what? You're absolutely right. You're 100% right.
Yes, a lifestyle.
And I tell people this too. Like when people go out and buy certain proteins, I said, first of all, again, look what's in there.
Exactly.
But also too, I said, if you can avoid doing that, then, again, there's other sources that you can get, back in the day, again, when I was at the Niners, they tried to sell us on the cheapest whey protein.
Why?
Because they want to be associated with the Niners.
Oh, but it's not regulated by the FDA.
Well, see, so this is something that I learned. And of course, my good mentor Jerry Attaway, he goes, where this whey protein comes from? I was like, no. He goes, it comes from cheese factories. That's the leftover stuff that's on the floor. They scoop it up and they dump it into a damn bucket and they sell it. I was like, ugh. Okay, but wait a minute. I can get what I need, after a workout from taking chocolate milk or Boost.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah.
So yeah.
A lot of people have the misconception. You have to read the label, and even what's on the label is not necessarily true because you don't know because it's not regulated by the FDA. Let's talk about nutrition. This plays a huge important role. Okay, let's talk about being glycogen depleted. Glycogen is a storage form of carbohydrate that is used as an active source of energy when you work out, and once those glycogen stores are depleted, what do you do for recovery in that phase of your recovery process?
So here's what I do with my recovery phase is, okay, once I'm done working out.
Correct.
And now things have changed because of research, but I still have this in my mind.
Yes.
I try to get something in my system 30 to 45 minutes after I work out.
The anabolic window.
Yes.
Correct.
Well, now I read an article, I think last week or a few weeks ago, where they said now they're saying it's up to 5 hours, which I'm like, I don't believe that, but I still like the 45 to 30 minute window.
Me too.
Okay. So, and I already have something planned that I'm going to have.
Correct.
Whether it's chicken and vegetables or, I love tuna fish.
Oh, I hate tuna fish.
I love tuna. Well, you see, that's because you never had the black way of tuna fish. You take a little Lowry seasoned salt.
Okay.
You take a hard-boiled egg, cut that baby up, little light mayo, and you take relish. Put the relish in there and stir it up.
Ooh, okay. I gotta try that now. Okay. That's a TJ special, bro.
That's
that, bro.
That's the black way of doing it. And you get some bread, you toast it, put those puppies together, boom.
I'm gonna do that.
Yeah,
I'm gonna do that.
So I do that. I'll have some type of vegetables with it.
Okay.
I'm feeling, and I will tell you this, that I never limit what I can eat. Okay. If I want to have a cheeseburger, I'm going to go have a cheeseburger.
Okay.
Because the way that I look at it is that I work out so much and that I am, that I do watch what I eat. Mm-hmm. But when I have a craving for something, I'm going to go get it. Because if you don't cure that craving, it's going to come back twice as much.
Oh, because it'll turn into fat because of stress.
Thank you very much. Yes, you're absolutely right. So again, it's all about, moderation.
Correct.
Because anything that you do, if you go overboard, it's bad for you.
Yeah.
It's, and again, I got all these sayings and my softball team laughs at me. We were talking about moderation. And I said, can a pig get fat eating in an apple orchard? And they're like, no. I said, yes, it can.
Yeah.
Because if it goes overboard, no matter how good the food is for you, it can go overboard.
Yeah.
So everything is in moderation. I eat anywhere from 4 to 6 times a day, but it's all small meals.
Yeah.
Again, I eat till I'm satisfied. Yeah. But it's like you'll love this. I was talking to one of our former linemen, Ben Lynch, the other day.
Played for California, right? Played for Berkeley Center.
Yep. Drafted in the 12th round, wasn't supposed to make it. Went to Kansas City, went to Minnesota, then came to us. And we always talk about food. And we were talking about pizza. And I said, I haven't had pizza in a couple of weeks. And it's not that I just didn't want pizza. It's just I just been so busy with different things.
Right.
I was like, okay, you know what? I need to go get pizza. So sometime this week I'll go get pizza. But guess what? After that, I may get something else. Like I may get a cheeseburger towards the end of the week or something else. But after that, it's lean stuff. It's chicken. It's, flank steak, London broil. I've got a crock pot that I love to use, the vegetables, the whole deal. But again, I've never been on a diet.
Yeah.
Because I know what my body will take and what I need to watch out for. So yeah.
Right. I have to be on a diet because my coach tells me when I'm on my show, but I still look good even off prep. I mean, I'm known to eat donuts, burgers, tacos, Rice Krispie treats with almond butter.
Oh God, yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm telling you, but it's like, and I look better. Like I my coaches know I look good.
But and you feel better mentally. You feel better.
Yeah, absolutely. But then, of course, you got to make sure your dietary fiber is there. So I get my oatmeal in, right? I get my 1 cup of oatmeal, and I'll sprinkle brown sugar on it. I know that spikes my insulin levels, but whatever. I mean, there's moderation, right? It's not having like pouring it on there.
No, exactly. Like I mean, I have waffles, and I love waffles. I'll put a little bit of syrup on there,
Yeah.
I will tell you the one thing that I do try to avoid, and I just think it's just mental for me, is I don't do a lot of butter.
Yeah, me neither.
I mean, if I do butter, I will get, I can't believe it's butter, whatever it is. I'll get some kind of butter substitute. But I mean, I can get a small tub of that, and that might last me for like a couple months.
Wow.
Yeah. It's just something about butter. And don't get me wrong, I like butter.
Mm-hmm.
But is it something where I'm just like, you know what? I can do bread without butter easily.
Yeah. And then, so you really got to moderate
Yes.
what you eat, because I have a scale and I weigh all my food, so I know how much macronutrients I have from each portionized meal. And that's why a lot of football players, a lot of athletes, I don't know if you have your athletes on it, but there's a lot of meal prep companies out here in the South Bay, and they will give these athletes food and say, hey, look, for our service, we can give you X amount of meals, and it's all weighed out, it's all portionized for you, and you don't have to think about it. You just pop it in the microwave and you're good to go. So let's go ahead and stay on that nutrition side. Like for my pre-workout, right? So let's say I'm going to the gym, I'm going to hit bench press, right after our show. So I take, this is a staple, I have my 1 cup of oatmeal with brown sugar, and then I pound like 3/4 cups of liquid egg whites. All right. Mm-hmm. And so that will be my pre-workout meal. And then post-workout, I actually have a protein shake. But if not a protein shake, I would have like chicken breast, right? I would have like 6 ounces of chicken breast, which is about 35 to 40 grams of protein, depending on what kind of chicken. And then I'll throw in some vegetables like asparagus, right? I'll have asparagus, and I would have white rice, not brown rice. The difference here, I want to talk about rice. All right. Now, the difference between brown rice and white rice has been, there's varying methods on it. My coach and anyone in the bodybuilding industry, for the most part, would have us take white rice simply because it's a faster digesting carb.
Yep.
As opposed to the brown rice, because obviously the brown rice is a little bit more healthier, I guess you can say, because it has more dietary fiber in it, and you're not stripped of its minerals and all that stuff. What is your take on the difference between brown rice and white rice?
I like them both.
Why? You like them both?
Yeah. The thing is, okay, and see, that's one thing I don't like, is that people start to nitpick.
Yeah.
About the differences. Okay, you know what? Guess what? Rice is rice.
Mm-hmm.
If you're doing everything that you're supposed to be doing, if you're watching, if you're doing things in moderation, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It does not matter to me whatsoever. And again, people will try to nitpick to try to make a name for themselves or whatever it is.
Yeah.
It's like when people start taking vegetables and say, oh, this vegetable is better for you than it's vegetables. Mm-hmm. They're damn good.
Yeah.
If you prepare them the right way, not too much butter, not too much salt,
right?
Saute them, whatever it is, it's good for you.
Right.
Plain and simple. Food is food. It's the way that you prepare it and how much you consume.
Yeah.
Is the biggest thing for me. So
what's your favorite vegetables?
Oh my God.
Come on, dude. Say it.
Dude, when I was growing up, I hated spinach. Could not stand it.
You're like me.
I love spinach now.
Me too.
I will saute the hell out of some spinach.
Yeah.
Brussels sprouts, broccoli. I had asparagus just the other day. If my go-to vegetable is potatoes. I love potatoes.
Okay.
Whether it's baked, whether it's, I may do a hash brown. Again, I have a crock pot. I will cut those babies up, throw a little olive oil in there. The black man salt, Lowry's. I'll throw a little bit of that in there. You know, I'll take a flank steak or a London broil, chop that baby up and throw it in there in a crock pot. Oh my God, that collard greens.
Collard greens are good, man. There you go. Now you're talking my language. I love collard greens.
When I go home
all day.
When I go home, I have 2 older sisters, and they cook like no other.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, some of it's not healthy, of course, but still. I mean, I don't get it all the time. But their collard greens, my sister sends me her recipe for her collard greens. I shared it with my softball coaches, the whole deal. Oh my God. It's like, you know, I mean, I've never done crack, but I'm only imagining that's what crack is like, because you want more, you know. So yeah, those are my go-to vegetables. Yeah. So
yeah, you got to love vegetables, man. I hated vegetables as a kid like you. All right, so we're going to wrap up the show with the BEASTwriter 2-minute drill. TJ, thank you so much for joining and being part of the BEASTwriter family. We really appreciate it.
My pleasure.
But we're going to kick it off with the BEASTwriter family 2-minute drill. Basically, it's a game of this or that. So I'm going to ask you a series of questions like pizza or burgers, and you provide the first answer that comes to your mind and why. You ready to do this?
Yes, hit me.
All right, let me pull up the ticker here, and we will get going. All right, so this is getting to know TJ in the BEASTwriter 2-minute drill. Pizza or burgers?
Burgers.
Burgers over pizza. Why?
Burgers.
Wow.
There's something about cheeseburgers that I just absolutely love, and I've got my go-tos. The Habit.
Okay.
In-N-Out.
Okay.
Burger Lounge. I love the Burger Lounge. Yes, those are my go-tos. Burgers.
Burger Lounge is a spot that I found during COVID. I was there like 6 or 7 times, bro. What's your favorite burger there? I gotta ask you. We gotta go. We gotta hit up that place together. But what's your favorite burger at Burger Lounge?
You know what? I kind of create my own, because I like my burger done a certain way. With grilled or caramelized onions.
Okay.
And every now and then, I mean, cheddar cheese is my favorite, so I'll go with cheddar cheese. Sometimes I don't go with it at all, but you know, mustard, ketchup, pickles, lettuce, tomatoes. I'm basic. Anybody, you know what? And I've had people say, okay, you got to put mayonnaise on there. Like, no.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Burger Lounge is a really good spot. If you haven't checked it out, you got to check it out. That place is so good. All right. Interesting. You said burgers. I'm more of a pizza guy. All right. Lobster tail or crab?
Ooh. Lobster tail.
Yeah.
Lobster tail. Yeah. Give me a little butter. Oh yeah. Yes.
There you go. Yes. Okay. Dogs or cats?
Dogs, for sure.
Do you have any dogs?
Cats are finicky, and they look at you, and I don't trust them. When they give you that eye, I was like, okay, what are you thinking about? You know?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I know exactly what you're saying, and they'll attack you when you're not looking.
Yeah. It's like Kato from the Pink Panther, you know, where he's always jumping on you from behind. Cats are the same way. It's like, dude, you know.
No, I agree with you 110%. I'm more of a dog lover myself for that reason. You don't know what's going through their head at any given moment. No, like, I don't know. I don't know. Like, I want to know what you're thinking, but I don't know. Like, sometimes the cat will be cool. Like, you can go over someone's house and for a week straight, and they'll be cool. And then you, like, for the weekend, you're not there. And then you come back the following week and they're looking at you like, who are you? And then you're like, bro, like, what's going on here? You get that vibe, bro. You get that vibe.
And then they're ready to attack you. It's like, oh no, get away from me. Yeah, no. Like I said, they can come from the ceiling, you know. Things come from anywhere. It's like, oh no, I'm good.
They can jump.
Yeah.
All right, pancakes or waffles?
Waffles.
Yeah, waffles. That's my guy. All right, Netflix or Disney Plus?
Ooh. Well, I tell you this. I was a Netflix guy, but I mean, I still have it. But since Disney Plus added Marvel, give me that.
You like Disney Plus? Yeah. I'm a Disney Plus guy. I liked the Game Changers. I don't know if you saw that on the Mighty Ducks. It's a spinoff of the Mighty Bucks called the Game Changers. Have you seen it?
Yeah. Hey,
there you go.
It's Minnesota. Come on now.
All right, there you go. Have you seen The Big Shot? Based in San Diego?
I haven't.
So The Big Shot, it's basically, I don't want to give it away, but it's a basketball story. It's a basketball story.
John Stamos, right?
It is.
Okay. So real quick, I got a Stamos story for you.
Okay.
You'll love this. I'm in New York, off season, and I just bought tickets to a Broadway play.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm walking down the street, and I see this car door open, and this woman, her legs are just like stunning. I was like, oh my God. I'm like, these legs are like, woo, woo. I run into a guy because I'm not paying attention because I'm looking at the legs.
Yeah.
I bump into John Stamos. I almost knocked him over. And I said, and I looked at him, I was like, oh, look, I am so sorry. I said, I wasn't paying attention. He goes, it was the legs, wasn't it? Because it was in his car. I was like, yeah, it was the legs. And I kept going.
Where was that? Where was that at?
That was in New York. I was on Broadway. I was just got tickets for a Broadway show, and I bumped into him. Yeah,
that's hilarious. So that's your John Stamos story. I love it.
That's my John Stamos story. Yes.
That's cool that he was cool about it. He wasn't a jerk about it. That's really
cool. Because he knew those legs, and she was wearing a miniskirt too.
Oh, okay.
I was like, I was in another world. So,
all right, Apple or Android?
Apple for sure.
Yeah, me too. I'm an Apple guy. All right, here's some tough ones. All right, you ready?
Yeah.
Randy Moss or Calvin Johnson?
Randy Moss.
Yeah. I have to agree with that.
Real quick. First time I saw Randy Moss, we were playing them in the Dome.
Yeah.
Back home in Minnesota.
Oh, that's right.
Yep. He takes off, and I think Ahmed was actually guarding him.
Mm-hmm.
Ahmed is like 10 yards back. He gets within say 5 to 7 yards. Randy Moss throws his hand up. I'm like, what is this cat doing? He blows right by Ahmed Plummer.
Yeah.
I have never, and he looks like he's on roller skates. I was like, oh my God, touchdown.
I will say this about Ahmed Plummer, and you can agree or disagree with me. I want your true faithful analysis on this. Ahmed Plummer was the most fundamentally sound cornerback coming out of that draft class, and probably the most fundamentally sound cornerback the 49ers have drafted coming out as a rookie. Would you agree with that?
I would probably put him, for me, it's like 1A, 1B.
Okay. Who's 1B? Who's 1A and who's 1B?
Jason Webster.
Jason Webster was my favorite player. I was going to tell you this. Jason Webster was my favorite. I have a picture of him. I got to find it. I met him and his girlfriend at the time at Walmart, of all places. But Jason Webster, because I stopped him. I wonder if he remembers the story. So here's an Asian kid walking in, and then no one recognizes him. And I said, oh my gosh, this is Jason Webster. This is cool. Like, this is my favorite player. I knew about him from Texas A&M, the comparisons to, Aaron Glenn and Ray Mickens.
Right.
And so, we're just talking like this right now. And I was like, dude, he's like, how do you know so much about me? I was like, dude, you're my favorite player. And he thought I was joking because, who knows Jason Webster when you have JP, Ahmed Plummer, right. Even like John Engelberger, right? Come out of Virginia Tech. So I was like, dude, no, you're my favorite player. It's like, really? It's like, wow, that's cool. I was like, yeah, can I take a picture? So I took a picture with him. And I thought he was going to be, like you said, I thought he was going to be an all-pro player. And if it wasn't for the injuries, he would have been. There was one game I remember that really stood out, and it was a game against the Atlanta Falcons at Candlestick Park where he had that pick six.
Why did I know you were going to say that?
Because that, in our minds, I think, will be the game that always sticks out. Like, he made it. He's on the come up, right?
Right.
And Ahmed Player, Jason Webster, to me, and I wanted to get him on the BEASTwriter Family channel. I don't know if you still keep in touch with him, but I would love to have him on the. I would love to have him on the show and just talk to him because I feel like we saw the potential in what he provided. He was a religious guy, very Christian, right? You would always see him in the middle of the field praying along with Ahmed Plummer and some of the other guys. But he was just really a student of the game and one of the toughest, aggressive boundary cornerbacks you will ever see. I mean, the kid was only 5'8", he was listed at 5'9". Okay, 5'9", but when I was standing next to him, even in high school, he wasn't that much taller than me. Right. I tell you that. But the guy was fiery. He was tough. He was physical, and he could play the ball. And he had 4.4 speed that no one wanted to talk about.
Well, and he ran track.
He did.
Yeah, he ran track. So Jay Webb, and that's why I say it's 1A, 1B, because Ahmed had the height.
Correct.
And he had a better build. He was better build, stronger than Jay Webb. But when it came to technique, oh my God, Jay Webb.
Yeah.
And they both were good.
Yeah.
But again, it's like 1A, 1B, you know, and I mean, so Jason Webster is the team chaplain for the Falcons.
Yeah. Is he still the team chaplain?
I believe so. I saw him a few years ago.
Okay.
It was during the alumni day. And I got on-field passes, and that's where I saw Jay Webb. Dan Quinn was, there at the time. I didn't get to see Brick, but I did get to see one of my favorite players, and he's nuts, Lance Schulters.
That's another one of my favorite players out of Hofstra University.
I love. Okay, so here's a great story about Lance.
There you go.
So during the pro day,
okay,
everybody's looking at Lance, but Lance is nervous as all get out. Do you know who his DB counterpart was in the backfield with him that helped him get through this?
Zach Bronson out of McNeese State.
Nope. No, this during pro day. This is this is at Hofstra.
Oh, at Hofstra.
Yeah.
Oh shoot. You know what? It's slipping. He was drafted. He was drafted too, wasn't he?
No. But he became a coach.
Who was it?
Raheem Morris.
Oh, was it really? Oh shoot, I didn't know that.
So Raheem played with Lance.
Okay.
Coach Dan Quinn was at Hofstra at the same time.
That's right. I do remember that.
Yeah.
I do remember that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of guys that came out of Hofstra. Wasn't Tyrone Hobson out of No, Tyrone Hobson wasn't out of Hofstra. Giovanni Gramazzi was Hofstra.
Yeah, it was he was out of East Kentucky.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
See that's another guy.
Fiore. No, Dave Fiore, where did he go? Hofstra?
Hofstra. He was a Hofstra guy.
He was a Hofstra guy, right?
Yeah. That Dave came into the league as a tight end.
Right.
And they turned him into an offensive lineman, and nobody thought he was going to stay around this long.
That's right.
Yeah.
Those Hofstra. Now the Hofstra program doesn't even exist anymore.
Nope, not at all.
What happened to it? Why did it disappear?
Because they thought football was taking too much money.
What?
Yeah. So think about the University of Dayton. That's where Gruden went. Played wide receiver. Same thing. They just thought it was too much money and got rid of the program. Yeah.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. Talk about Jason Webster though. So you're highly, you're in high regard of Jason Webster. Like I said, Jason Webster, and I will show you the ticket stubs. Again, my family had front row season tickets to the Niner games, but I have ticket stubs with Jason Webster on it. If you remember, they had the players on the ticket stubs, these little small ones. I still have it.
I hate this nowadays that you don't get the actual tickets because I like the physical tickets.
I have a ton of them here. Like I think that's it's more of a memorabilia item than
it is. It really is because I still have tickets. I've got passes. I got the whole deal, and I'm just like,
yeah,
dude, like I don't like this electronic crap.
No,
I don't. But yeah, no, I was so high on Jay Webb. His, and again, Ahmed was the same way, but the work ethic that they both had, the competition that they had between each other, but also too the brotherhood that they had as well.
Mm-hmm.
And again, if Jay Webb could have stayed healthy, oh my goodness, dude, he would have been one of the best, I think, to play.
Yeah, I loved Jason. Like I said, I loved Jason Webster. I remember that back then there was no internet, right? So I had to get my feel, and that was my second year covering the NFL draft, even in high school. But there was a Pro Football Weekly magazine that was launched, and they had editions of that. And I was like, oh man, this is the guy I want the Niners to pick, Jason Webster. He's really good. He's small, he's quick, he's physical. He had the lateral agility, the movement skills. I mean, you could line this guy up as a team's gunner, and he would probably be the team's best gunner on any NFL team. The guy was just an absolute baller. That if you can get in touch with him and have him on the BEASTwriter, that would be awesome.
Yeah, I still have his contact information. So yeah.
Him and Lance Schulters. Lance Schulters, another guy out of Hofstra, right? I mean, before Lance Schulters and before I guess you say Deshaun Goldson and Dante Whitner, it was Lance Schulters and Zach Bronson on the back end.
Okay. So when my first year, we had Merton.
Yeah.
And we had Tim McDonald.
Correct.
Tim McDonald's a beast. Oh my God. Well, then we had this scout named Oscar who covered Louisiana, Arkansas, all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, we got to bring this guy in, undrafted free agent. Says, we give him $500. Boom. It was Zach. And Zach and I just actually reconnected about 4 or 5 years ago because Zach is, he's back in Louisiana. He's a country guy, didn't really use the internet, but I think he's coaching now. I think he's back at McNeese State coaching.
Oh, is he? That's awesome.
But this guy, I was like, who is this kid?
Yeah.
So do you remember, and I want to say it was either 99 or 2000 when he got snubbed from the Pro Bowl?
Who, Zach Bronson or Lance Schulters?
Zach
Bronson?
Zach
99, 2000. Yeah, is that where he had 7 interceptions or whatever it was?
7 interceptions, and he ran 2 back for touchdowns.
That's correct. Wasn't one against the Chicago Bears?
Yes.
If I'm not mistaken.
And he got snubbed.
Yeah, I remember. I voted him.
But I remember. So funny story about Lance. Remember Lance's first Pro Bowl?
Yes, 2000, right? Was it 2000?
It was either 2000 or 99. I can't remember.
It might have been 99 actually. Well, I think it was the year that he ran back that pick six against the New Orleans Saints, right? That sealed the deal.
Yeah, that was 99. There's a good story behind that. There's a good story behind that one too.
All right.
So Lance gets a Pro Bowl nod. So they're announcing it in the team meeting room.
Yeah.
And they're saying, like, from Hofstra, we got another pick from Hofstra. And he thought it was Dave Fiore that got to the Pro Bowl.
Yeah.
But it was Lance. And Lance was like, "Oh, Dave, congratulations." And everybody's like, "No, Lance, it's you." He goes, "What?" He goes, "Yeah." He goes, it was you. So, so everybody was ecstatic. But okay. So remember we brought in Mark McMillan.
Mark McMillan from the Kansas City Chiefs, number 29. Yes, I remember him.
What, 5'6", 5'7"?
5'7", yeah.
Okay. Lance picks this off. And he's streaking down the sideline.
Yes.
Ricky Williams tried to tackle him. And I believe it was Marvin Washington that laid a heck of a block on him. Mm-hmm. Just laid him out. Lance gets into the end zone. We're going nuts. Mark McMillan goes to Lance, starts cussing him out, saying, "That was my ball. You stole my ball." He wasn't happy that we won the game. He wasn't happy for Lance. He just went off. I think we ended up cutting him the next day because he was a cancer.
So Mark McMillan was a cancer. Remember, after every tackle he made, he would always flex.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Dude, you're 5'7". You're like Mighty Mouse. Like, come on.
Yeah. Do you remember that?
Oh God,
you do that? Yeah, I know. I thought he was I I didn't know. I was just a fan watching it, but I was just
No, he was a cancer. He was a cancer. And that's one thing I loved about our administration, that if somebody was a cancer in our locker room, we usually got rid of them right away.
Yeah.
Because you want that, you want that unity in the locker room. You don't want somebody who's going to disrupt that. So yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. So
that's an interesting story. And that was the Saints game that he got upset.
Because if I'm not mistaken, that was Ricky Williams' first year. It was his rookie year.
So that would be 1999. Correct.
Yeah, but he got laid.
No, it was, because I remember now it is, because I remember going to that game. And I remember saying I get to see Ricky Williams in his first game. That's right. He got
on that pick. He got laid out.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you talk about a big man. Oh my God, that's a big man.
Lance Schulters? Yeah.
Lance, but Ricky Williams too. But yeah.
Oh, Ricky Williams is huge. Right. What is Lance Schulters up to these days? Do you know?
So he was coaching he was with the Falcons actually.
Yeah, I remember that. I saw that. Yeah.
So he was coaching, and that's the last time that I saw him when the Falcons came to town. I got to see him. I'm not sure what he's doing nowadays. I got to check in with him. I got his number, so I got to check in with him, see what he's doing.
It'd be cool to have these guys on. Like, you know what? Like, that was the year when you should have been a fan. Well, I don't know. I think you should be a fan of the team regardless. But yeah, 99, 2000. I mean, you can go back and talk football. I mean, who else was on that team? Let's talk about that 2000 rally. Who else was on that team?
So you had BY was just coming back from that nasty leg injury.
Yeah. What was that? Torn ACL? No. Was it broken fibula? What was it?
Yeah. So it was friendly fire.
Right. It was against the Detroit Lions game, right?
Monday night.
Right.
That's where Barry Sanders ran 175 yards.
That's right. I was at that game. Yes. Right.
And they went to tackle him, and Kenny Norton hit BY.
with his helmet.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
But and again, this tells you how BY is.
Yeah.
He has surgery. He comes back the next year. They were going to take the rod out, but he was so massive that the bone or that the rod actually attached itself to the bone. And they didn't take it out. I think they had to wait for a couple of years to take it out. But BY came back like he didn't miss a beat. So we had BY. Tim McDonald was still there. I'm trying to think. Kenny Norton was there. Marvin Washington. Was that Dana? I think that was Dana's last year with us, and then he left to go to the Redskins, I think. Who else was there?
Was Chico Kiefer?
Chico, yeah. Reggie McGrew.
Oh,
or was
God.
that 2000?
I have a story about him. That guy is not nice.
He's okay.
So Jason Webster's a nice guy. I remember that same year I always remember the story. Reggie McGrew, first round pick, drafted by University of Florida. I believe it was number 24 overall or something like that.
Yeah,
he was supposed to be.
Was that 2000?
No, that was 1999. Reggie McGrew was drafted 1 year prior in 1999.
Okay, yeah. So we drafted Terry Jackson as well in the fifth.
Correct, in the fifth round.
I talked to T Jack quite a bit.
That's another one of my favorite players. Special teams ace. You can do anything with him. He was a running back, fullback.
Right. Well, then remember too, we drafted Ty Streets.
Another. I can do that. I'm telling you that those years I can go and recite.
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, because we drafted Ty in the fifth round. He was slated to be a first round draft pick, but he tore his Achilles playing basketball.
Correct.
So we same year we had Brick.
Yeah.
Yep. We had Jeff Albrick. Yeah. So that that was a good draft as well.
Here's the thing. I don't know what years this is. I think this is 2001. Do you remember this? Do you remember this play?
Oh God, yeah.
So this is the stuff that we were talking about. Like the Niners sent all season ticket holders stuff at the end of the year as memorabilia. They don't do that anymore. It sucks. They only send us like a backpack or something and say, cool story, bro. But that was the goal line stand against the Philadelphia Eagles. Do you remember that game in 2001?
Yeah. So I don't know if you remember this.
Test me.
So remember, they scored.
They did.
Okay. And you know how they scored?
The Eagles, how they scored?
Uh-huh. Before that goal line stance?
No, I forgot. Tell me.
Oh, the linebackers got together and said, or the defense got together and said, let them score.
Okay.
Because they said, we don't want to waste any time. Because they had so much confidence in our offense, they said, let them score.
Okay.
So we let them score. We went down and scored, and then that was the goal line stance after that. Yeah.
Oh, you guys let them score.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Uh-huh. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And it was the first time I had, because again, I'm fortunate to be there, so I'm listening to everything. It's the first time I ever heard a team say, let them score.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was one. The goal line stand against the Philadelphia Eagles was one of the most epic stands in NFL history because if you remember Donovan McNabb, there was extended plays on that drive. There was a questionable penalty that gave them a new fresh set of downs. So they had like 8 chances from the 1 yard line. 8 chances, or at least from inside the 5 yard line. It was like ridiculous. It was like, and you're talking about a Philadelphia Eagles offense with Donovan McNabb. I mean, you had I think there was I don't know who Deuce Staley was the running back here.
Yeah, and also didn't they have oh God, why am I always forget his name? But Brian, the special teams guy.
For the Eagles?
Yeah, Brian, and because he just won the Hall of
Brian Westbrook. Brian Westbrook.
Yeah. So you had those guys, and I will tell you this because you remember our linebacking crew was Brick, Derek Smith,
Derek Smith,
and JP.
That's right. Yeah.
Out of all of those three, who would you think was the calmest out of all those three?
The calmest?
The calmest.
I know it's probably not going to be the right answer, but I'm going to say Derek Smith.
JP.
Really?
Derek Smith and Jeff Albrick would get this look in their eyes that you're just like, oh, shoot. Like, here it comes. They would get so fired up. And, and don't get me wrong, JP was fired up too, but he did it in his own way. But those two, they would have that look in their eye like, okay, we're going to hurt somebody.
Jeez Louise.
And when that stance happened, that's the look that they had in their eyes.
Yeah. That was a game I will always remember. I remember who else was it? Terry Killens was on there, that special teams ace, Terry Killens. Terry Killens?
Yeah. He was there. Let me go back. Who else was there?
Let's pull up that roster, man. That was what? That was 2001.
2001. So, of course, BY was in our front line. Berger was there.
On Engelberger was interesting. I talked to some of the beat writers who covered him during that time. They were like, that guy's he's weird. Like
Berger, I'm telling you this, before a game, after Berger got done stretched and got taped or whatever, he would take a nap for like a couple of minutes.
Oh, he would?
Yeah, because he was just like calm and relaxed. Like, okay, whatever. Yeah.
So, Jamie Winborn. What happened to him, man? Jamie Winborn was one of those. Do you like him?
I still talk to Jamie.
What the heck happened to that guy? Because he had one hell of a game on that New York. I think it was a Monday night game against the New York Giants, if I'm not mistaken, or Sunday. It was a primetime game. He had 13 tackles, was an absolute animal, and then got benched. He got benched the following week, and you never saw him. Dude, somebody has to know what happened there. Here we are sitting 20-something years later. Something had to have happened for him to just be like, here's a kid out of Vanderbilt, had a hell of a – I thought Jamie Winborn was going to be an all-pro player. You want to talk about all-pro talent? Jamie Winborn was that guy.
I think there was just a little
you don't have to say it. I don't want
there was just a little disagreement between him and the defensive coordinator.
Okay.
Because Jamie Winborn, oh my God. You talk about a guy who could run sideline to sideline?
Yes.
I was just like, okay, the first time that I was there when we played Michael Vick with the Falcons, Jamie Winborn hit him so hard. Mm-hmm. And it was on our sideline.
Okay.
Michael Vick gets up and he goes, oh my God, this hurts. He goes, I'm not in Virginia Tech anymore. And Jamie Winborn goes, you're absolutely right.
That was in 2001. Was that 2001, right? That was
no, that was Jamie. That was Jamie's. That was his rookie year, actually.
Jamie's rookie year.
Yeah, because we drafted. Actually, no, that was 2001 because we drafted Andre, then Jamie.
Yeah, I think no, you're right. It was 2001. I think that's the same draft class as Michael Vick, right?
Yes.
Michael Vick,
yeah. And then we drafted we drafted Barlow in the third round.
Right, because that game was at Candlestick that you're mentioning right now.
Yes.
And I remember, and that hit that you're talking about, that's when Michael Vick was running toward the sideline on the. Yes, I remember. See, how do I remember this, dude? I literally remember this.
Dude.
I remember
because there's plays that you just remember. So the greatest play that nobody, in my opinion, on defense, that nobody ever talked about was against Atlanta.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to think, was it oh man. It was Jamal Anderson was the running back, I believe.
Okay.
They do a screen. They triple team BY.
Jeez.
He threw them all off and blew up the screen in the backfield. I'm just like, and I'm standing on the sideline. I mean, I got front row seats to this. I'm just like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God. And here's something else that people don't talk about. Do you remember the playoff game? Was it 2002? We went to Green Bay.
Okay, 2002. Yeah.
Is it 2002? It might have been 2001. We went to Green Bay. Berger was hurt. We moved BY to the defensive end spot.
I do remember this. Yeah.
And he killed it.
Yeah.
Killed it. So then after that, we talked about moving BY to the DN spot. He goes, no. He goes, I'm better in the middle.
Yeah.
But he killed it. I mean, we ended up losing the game, but we killed it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bryant Young, man, I
Hall of Fame.
Funny. Oh yeah. Oh, it's crazy how he's not in the Hall of Fame.
Hall of Famer.
I know, and they should retire his number. No offense to Nick Bosa, but it's a disgrace to Bryant Young how number 97 is not retired.
It's one of the things that's irked me, and also too how they finally put him into the Niners
Ring of Honor.
I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jerry, Steve, those guys, yeah, those guys go first. BY should have been in there sooner because you talk about somebody who's the epitome of being a Niner.
Yeah.
Not only on the field, but off the field as well.
Exactly.
One of the kindest guys you will ever meet. I love that guy. I love his family. I get to spend a lot of time with his family. But, dude, BY is that guy.
Yeah.
I mean, you only see him get mad every now and then, but it's for good reason. But other than that,
yeah,
he's that guy.
No, I would agree with you. When I used to work at Club One in Silver Creek Sportsplex, you guys know where you guys know where that is. He used to work out there, and I used to work there, and we would have conversations. Like he knew I was a season, like he would know, hey, what's up, Ryan? Like he would say hi to me, and we would actually engage in conversation. I remember a conversation. It was during the NBA Finals. It was the Boston Celtics versus the Los Angeles Lakers, and we were just talking basketball, and it was just almost like you would never have known that he was a football player or who he was, just because he's so humble. First of all, he's very soft spoken, so you have to get really close to him to see what he has to say because. Yeah. Here's this big mammoth of a man, and yet he's like so soft-spoken. So it's like he was very, very, I guess he wasn't intimidating at all, and he was willing to talk to you. I mean, he would take time and be like, hey, what's going on, Ryan? How you doing? I'm like, oh, how you doing? And we'll have this conversation. Now, I always remember that about BY. He also attended my church at the time was ALCF.
Okay.
Yeah. And I remember running into him, and, he was there with his family, and I didn't want to bother him or anything, but he remembered me. Like, he's, oh, hey, how you doing? I was like, oh, hey, I just want to say hi. And then, our paths would cross, and I would leave him alone. But, he's so genuine and humble, and that you hit on the nail. Like, it kind of, for me, as being a Niner fan growing up, and you being a former 49ers coach, for us, it's almost disrespectful to BY in a way, how he's not.
Oh, yeah.
Highly regarded in the respect that because let's face it, they wouldn't have won these Super Bowls without BY in the middle. Dana Stubblefield would not be Dana Stubblefield without Bryant Young in the middle. Let's keep it 100. Come on, bro. Let's keep it 100, bro.
So I laugh about that because remember when Dana got Defensive Player of the Year?
Yeah, 15 sacks in that 1 year.
That's because they had to double and triple team BY.
Exactly.
And you know what? And I mean, and credit to Dana. I mean, Dana took that as far as he can go, and he credited BY. But I mean, you look at it because and so if you remember, we brought Charles Haley back too.
I remember that
97.
Yep.
So we had him. We had Junior Bryant.
Bryant, I like that guy too.
Yeah. So we had Ifiani.
Israel Ifiani.
Remember?
Florida State?
No.
He went to Bay. He was Pac-12. He was Pac-12, right?
USC.
Oh, USC. There you go. USC.
Yeah. So you had him,
There you go.
I mean, but all those guys, BY and JB, are like this. And so they would want to teach the other players what the right thing to do, what is the wrong thing to do. So guess, who else we had there? So why am I forgetting this?
Anthony Adams.
Nope. So 97, my first year.
Oh, 97. Okay.
You had BY, you had JB, you had Dana.
You didn't have Roy Barker. Roy Barker is 98, right?
Nope. You had Roy Barker.
Oh, you did have Roy Barker.
We had Slap Rip, and we had Chris Dolman too.
That's right. Yeah.
Chris Dolman. And then guess what? Then we brought in Kevin Green.
That's right.
And then we brought in for the backfield
Rod Woodson.
Exactly. So again, I'm so fortunate because I just counted them this morning before we were going on. I have coached or worked with 10 Hall of Famers.
Woo! Who are they? Name them. Do you have them on the list?
So of course, Rod Woodson.
Okay.
Chris Dolman.
Yes.
Charles Haley. Steve, of course. Jerry Rice.
Oof.
You go to Mr. D.
Yeah.
You go to Bill Walsh.
Yeah.
T.O. I had Derek Brooks when I was in Tampa, and then Kevin Green.
Ooh.
Yeah, 10. So now I think BY will get in. I think Rondé Barber will get in. So that will put me up to 12.
Yeah. Yeah. Those guys should be in the Hall of Fame. It's just one of those things where it's really tough because you don't know exactly what they're going off of, and each person has their own. Like for instance, right? Let's take the offensive line. Okay, Randy Cross was on the show, right? He's on the BEASTwriter Family, and he was on the show, and you know. He's kind of like over it, right? Like, yes, he wants to get in the Hall of Fame, but he's not going to lose any sleep over it. He's kind of like accepted what's happening, right? But players like Randy Cross should be in the Hall. It shouldn't even be a question. And is it because that he played in the West Coast offense that people are looking at it and saying, well, he wasn't a smash mouth, pound and ground type of a system, which is why he's not going to be in the Hall of Fame? I mean, that's a very reasonable question to ask, because if you look at how many Hall of Famers that are offensive linemen for the San Francisco 49ers who are considered a dynasty, how many offensive linemen are in the Hall of Fame?
Well, you're going to have to go back into, like the heydays. Okay. Because okay. So think about it. Randy's not in there.
Right. He should be.
Okay. My opinion, Jesse Sapola.
Oh, there's another one.
Guy McIntyre.
Another one.
Okay. So those guys aren't in there.
Yeah.
Because everybody's like, well, the team was stacked, and but also too, the media.
Yeah.
Because certain guys were not friends with writers and stuff like that, or they didn't promote themselves. Because you got to remember too, back then it was all about team.
Okay.
You look at, and I mean, he's not everybody's favorite person, but he deserved to be in the first ballot. T.O.
Correct.
I mean, you put him with Randy Moss. Come on now.
Yeah.
But because he rubbed people the wrong way in the media, BY, he's not a self-promoter.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, look at my body of work. There's guys that are less, I mean, and I think somebody just wrote it up there, like Calvin Johnson before BY.
Mm-hmm.
You kidding me?
Mm-hmm.
Because if you want to just look at stats, then you're not doing your job.
Mm-hmm.
Look at what BY has done without the stats.
Yeah.
Look
like
what he
impact.
did. Yeah.
Impact.
Oh, man, look what he did to clog up that middle so other people can make the plays.
And you know who was a comparison? And I think DeForest Buckner was that to Eric Armstead. If you think about it.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're absolutely right.
Now DeForest Buckner's gone. We saw what happens with Eric Armstead. Same thing with Dana Stubblefield. Once he left San Francisco and you have BY there, he was working with Dan Wilkinson, who was really he was a two gap run stuffer, but he only put up 1.5 sacks in Washington in that first year.
And then he came back to us.
And then he came back.
Yeah. But just think about anybody who's played next to BY. Their stats grew.
Yes.
Because everybody knew that if you stop BY, or you can try to stop him, then guess what?
Yeah.
Everybody else is going to benefit from this.
Correct. Yep.
BY is the ultimate Niner, and for him to go into the ring, because he was supposed to go in last year.
Yeah.
And again, I've done something right, because he texts me right away once he's supposed to go in, and I text him and say, hey man, congrats. He goes, are you gonna be around? He goes, you need to be there with me, because he goes, you were part of my career. I'm just like, dude, thank you very much. So to me, the greatest football player to ever lace up sneakers, Jerry Rice.
Yeah, hands down.
I've been at basketball games where Jerry's seen me behind him. And I say, hey, JR, he goes, hey, how you doing? And people with me like, oh, you know Jerry? Like, yeah. I said, I coached him, And he would say, come down. And I would go sit, and Jerry and I would just chat it up.
Yeah.
He was at a golf tournament one time. Actually, you know what? It was at Pebble Beach.
Yeah.
And I was having to be down there. And I'm standing off to the side. Jerry hits a shot. He's walking down, and he's waving to the fans and stuff like that. And he sees me, comes over and says, hey, man, how you doing? I said, I'm doing great. Gives me a hug. You'll love this one. I was in Arizona for Super Bowl, and I was walking down the street. Charles Haley stops me.
He's an interesting guy. I like Charles Haley, but that dude is interesting, bro.
He stopped me and gave me a hug and goes, Coach, how you doing? I said, I'm doing good, Charles. Good to see you. Charlie Gardner. I ran into Charlie. I think I was in Florida. I ran into Charlie.
What is he up to? What is that guy up to?
You know what? He's got I'm trying to think. He's got kind of like a, what's it called? A motivational kind of business going on where he's
he does.
Coach. Yeah, he's in Virginia. You know, I mean, you talk about one of the greatest running backs. You know, I mean, just because of injuries and other personal things off the field, dude. I have never seen a running back with those kind of moves in my life.
Dude, he was so fun to watch, wasn't he?
Oh,
he grew on me. Garrison Hurst was my favorite. And I know once he broke, what did he break? He broke his fibula, right? Fibula and tibia, right? Garrison Hurst was a freaking monster. Okay.
So I talk to G like once a month. Still.
Oh, you do?
Yes, still. Like, it was funny because every now and then I'll get random texts from him. Like, dog, what you doing? What you doing, dog?
Isn't his nickname Snoopy?
Some people call him that. I just call him G. I leave it like that. Okay, so here's the story about G Hurst. So, because remember, he broke his tib, his fib, and his ankle.
Right.
Okay. And they said that he wasn't going to come back.
Correct.
He had all these surgeries, right? So finally they get it right. I remember walking in the locker room one time, and G is in there by himself. Everybody else is in the meetings. He's got his football helmet on. He's got a ball in his hand. He's standing on top of the bench. He's in his position, and he's crying. And he goes, he goes, all I want to do is play again. He goes, I love this game so much. He goes, all I want to do is play again. So you'll love this story too. So we bring in another GM. Coach Walsh is still there. And so you know which GM I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're standing there. We had just drafted Paul Smith.
UTEP.
Yep. And I'm standing there next to Jerry Attaway. G is over there. The GM. Coach Walsh is there. The GM at the time said that we should cut Garrison because he was just coming back off injury. He goes, well, he's not in football shape. And Jerry, you know, and I, you know, again, I'm just the assistant. I didn't say a word.
Wow.
Jerry Attaway says to the GM, he says, I guarantee you this, that if he stays with us all summer, he'll be ready to go by the season. He goes, how are you going to cut a running back who's an all-pro running back who has the experience, and we're going to leave it in the hands of a rookie? And he's like, okay. Garrison stayed with us through the whole summer. I worked with him every day.
Wow.
You know, this is when we were still going to Stockton. We go to Stockton. You know, my job at that time was like once practice got started, I set everything up. I'm with Garrison.
Right.
We're in the weight room. We're in the pool doing pool workouts. He's doing conditioning drills, and then Jerry Attaway would come and help him. You know, would do some stuff as well. But G and I spend a lot of time together. That's why we still talk to this day. So, and if you remember, they restructured his contract.
Yeah, I do remember that. And
it was all incentives.
Yeah.
And I will never, ever forget this. The powers that be miscalculated how many touchdowns he was to get in order to get his bonus. They miscalculated the whole deal. We were playing the Colts in Indianapolis, and we were kicking their butts. It was the game where Jeff Garcia was coming out, and he tripped over the turf. It was funny. Well, they miscalculated, and they said, pull Garrison out because if he gets one more touchdown, he'll hit his bonus. Well, he already hit his bonus. And
so that actually happens. They will actually pull out the player.
They called from upstairs downstairs, and
they as in the GM.
We pulled him out, but Garrison had already hit his bonus. And if you remember, he ran for like 1,200 yards, I believe.
Right.
But he had hit every incentive that they put in front of him. Everyone. And if I'm not mistaken, that was the same year that they did the same thing to Garcia. Jeff hit every incentive because that's the year. That was 2002. Damn. That's when we lost to Tampa Bay.
Oh, in the divisional round.
Yeah. But those guys hit every incentive, And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, was that 2002 or 2001?
I think it was 2000. It was 2002, I believe, because I believe that was my first year in college.
Yeah, but I'm trying to think. It might have been 2001, because I mean we played Tampa Bay 2002, but that 2001, because if I remember correctly.
Oh, the 2001 season, you mean?
Yeah, I think
I think it was the 2001 season. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we sent 6 to the Pro Bowl.
Yeah, Ron Stone was one of them, wasn't he?
No, it was Ray Brown.
Ray Brown, sorry, Ray Brown.
Stoney came after that. So it was T.O., Garrison, Newberry.
Right. Fred Beasley, right?
Fred Beasley, Garcia.
That's right. That's right.
We sent 6. But the next year when Stoney came, who was actually one of my favorite players as well, then we sent, him, Newberry. I think Garrison went back. Garcia went back. T.O. went back. So, yeah. But, yeah.
Stoney's a good guy.
Oh, dude. Okay. I got so many Garrison Hurst stories, but I'll tell you my favorite Garrison Hurst story. Well, they're all my favorite. We were playing Denver.
Uh-huh.
And I think this was 2001. Remember the linebacker Ian Gold?
Of course, I remember Ian Gold. Yeah, he was a fast linebacker too.
Yes.
He can move sideline to sideline, that boy.
Oh, yeah. So he came on a blitz. And Garrison went to set his block, but he slipped. And Ian sacked Garcia. Ian started doing this. Started talking. Okay. Garrison Hurst is one of the best trash talkers you'll be around in your entire life. And Ian running his mouth. And Garrison, helped Jeff up. He goes, I'm so sorry. He goes, it'll never happen again. And he goes, I know you slipped. Don't worry about it. Well, they decide, and they didn't do their homework. They thought that Garrison was not a good pass blocker.
Yeah.
He's probably the best running back, pass blocker I've ever seen because of Tom Rathman. They sent him on, I want to say 3 or 4 more blitzes. And every one, Garrison stoned him. The last one, he stoned him, dropped him to the ground, and then teabagged him. And said, take that back to Denver with you. And then he said, he goes, I hope your mama's not watching this game.
Dude, Garrison Hurst was a beast. For those who don't know, before Frank Gore, it was Garrison Hurst. Garrison Hurst, had he not been injured, he would have set the 49ers rushing record by far, right? He had 1,570 rushing yards. Yeah. That broke the single-season franchise record, if I'm not mistaken.
You're right. Yeah.
He was a monster, dude. He was, if I believe, he was drafted by the Cincinnati Bengals, right? Nope. Wasn't he drafted by the Bengals? And then he came. Oh, sorry. He was drafted by the Cardinals. Excuse me. Yeah. Drafted by the Cardinals. You're right. And then he came to San Francisco as a free agent.
Yeah. So he, and it's funny because Garrison and I had this conversation about 6 months ago.
Yeah.
So remember, the Cardinals released him.
Oh, they released him.
They released him. Because, and I can't remember who the running back they brought in, but it was not as good as Garrison, of course.
Was it Thomas Jones? No.
No.
That was before. That was before. Yeah, you're right.
So they brought in. They released him. Garrison goes to Cincinnati.
Okay.
He could not wait to get out of Cincinnati.
Right.
He hated Cincinnati, but also too. Remember when he got drafted? ESPN did a story on Garrison saying that Garrison hid his injuries. He had a partially torn ACL. They just didn't catch it.
Oh my gosh!
They said that he hid it. Well, he didn't hide it. So from that point on, Garrison never talked to ESPN again until they apologized.
Oh, are you serious? Oh, wow.
Yeah. So it comes back full circle. So the doctor that accused Garrison of hiding his ACL injury was the same doctor that fixed his ankle a few years later, and he apologized for saying that about Garrison. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Garrison is one of my favorite all-time players because he's, number one, he's funny as all get out. But also, too, you talk about somebody who's dedicated and works hard and just, he does not forget where he came from. He doesn't forget the people that are good to him. And that's why he and I still talk to this day. Him and Beasley. Those two together, oh, my God, what a tandem.
That was probably one of the best 1-2 tandems in NFL history. Fred Beasley, yes, bar none, William Floyd and Ricky Watters was a dynamic duo. Okay, but yes. Fred Beasley and Garrison Hurst under Mooch's system was amazing. I would say that was better than Ricky Waters and William Floyd. Not taking anything from them, but I mean, talk about Fred Beasley's presence and blowing up holes for Garrison Hurst. I mean, you're talking about a first-team All-Pro player. Fred Beasley was one of the best to do it ever.
Well, you remember he got All-Pro, but they snubbed him from the Pro Bowl.
The Pro Bowl.
Okay,
I know.
So Fred was drafted, I want to say the 5th or 6th round.
Mm-hmm.
And it was because of our special teams coach, George Stewart. We call him Beef. Okay, great guy. He saw him and he said, we need to get this guy for special teams alone. So if you remember, in 99, we brought in Tommy Vardell.
Touchdown Tommy, yeah.
So Tommy was our starting fullback. Well, Tommy noticed that he just didn't have it anymore. He's like, look, he goes, I don't have it. So he went to the administration and said, whatever it takes, if you want to keep me on the roster, if you want to cut me, whatever. Well, we had to keep him on the roster because of salary cap reasons.
Okay.
And he said, Fred Beasley is way better than I am. So
he says this.
Yeah, he said that.
Wow.
Tommy and I were talking about this in the weight room.
Wow.
And he said, I will do whatever it takes. Tommy would run scout teams. He did whatever. He didn't care. Because look, he's like, I made my money. And he was really smart with his money. And he goes, but I recognize who's better. And he goes, and I'm a detriment to the team. And so Fred Beasley took over, and from there, and so this you'll love this. Oh my God, this is a great story. We were playing the Chargers.
Yeah.
Oh, and remember Donnie Sprackens?
No, I don't remember Donnie Sprackens.
So he was a linebacker, and I think he came out of Stanford.
Okay.
And he was talking mess to Beasley the whole game. Comes on a blitz up the middle. Beasley hits him so hard that you can tell from where I was standing, you can tell that he was concussed. And Donnie it's Donnie Edwards. It was Donnie Edwards, not Donnie.
I remember Donnie Edwards, yeah.
It was Donnie Edwards. Okay.
He played for the Chiefs too, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Beasley hits him so hard that he's like wobbling, right?
Yeah.
He reaches out and he grabs Beasley by the jersey to steady himself. Beasley goes like this. Knocks his hand away. Boom! He's on his back.
Jeez. Yeah, Donnie Edwards. That's a name that I haven't heard in years. Number 59. I remember he was good. He was a Pro Bowl player too.
He was good, but Beasley caught him.
Jeez.
Beasley comes back to the sidelines and he goes, T. Jones, you see me catch him? I said, yeah, I saw it, Fred.
Damn.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He's a great guy. He's an awesome guy. Yeah. So.
What is he up to, Fred Beasley? Do you still keep in touch with him?
Yeah. So he just moved to Atlanta a couple years ago.
Okay.
So now him and Garrison are in the same zip code. I was like, oh my God, I don't know if Atlanta can handle it. And actually Terry Jackson's down there too. I was like, I don't know if they can handle all three of you. So Fred bought into a trucking company.
Oh, he did. Okay.
Yeah. So he has a small trucking company.
Wow.
So yeah. He does, he does well. I mean, he's one of those guys that you just absolutely love, So yeah,
that's some interesting story. See, we're talking about the past. You literally just named the backfield, and you keep in touch with the majority of the players, if not all. Let's talk about Kevin Barlow. Here's a guy. What was his work ethic like? Because there were some questions, and I talked to some people. They said that he just didn't have the work ethic. He had the talent, but his work ethic was gone to crap. Would you agree with that? I mean, not throwing him under the bus, but okay.
Oh, no, it's the truth.
Okay,
so when we drafted him, Tom Rathman, and again, I'm biased because Tom Rathman is the greatest running backs coach there ever was.
Okay.
Because I used to go out there, and work with the running backs. And when Tom would show people how to block, he would show them how to block. It wasn't just like, okay, do it this way. He would go and hit the bags.
Right.
So when we got the film on Barlow, we were watching it, and Tom said, look, watch this guy, watch his lean. He's a big back, 6'1", 6'2", about 230, something like that.
Huge.
So whenever he would hit the hole, he would have this natural lean to where he would lean forward and fall forward instead of falling back.
Mm-hmm.
And we're like, oh my God, this talent is great. But his work ethic wasn't there.
Yeah.
He could have been an all-pro back. And plus, he had three of the greatest teachers you could ever have. You had Tom Rathman, you had Fred Beasley, you had Garrison Hurst. And Garrison wanted to help him. He goes, it's going to help the franchise. Why not? It just didn't work out that way.
How do you guys motivate a player like that to get on the page if his heart's not in it, if his work ethic isn't in it? And to me, I think that's kind of like a cancer, right? Because if you see a guy I think he was drafted in the third round?
Third round, yeah.
Because at a Pitt, right?
Yeah, it was Andre, Jamie Winborn, and then Barlow.
All right, so drafted in the third round at a Pitt. Here's a kid who had all the potential, and yet instantly was seen as a cancer because of the fact like he wasn't putting in the work ethic. As a coach and for those players trying to coach up this high round pick, because you can't get rid of them, right? You can't, because if you get rid of them, people like us would be all over it in the media. Mm-hmm. We'd ride this player, be like, you know what, you guys should have looked at this as a red flag. You guys should have took it more serious. You guys thought you can coach him up. Obviously, you can't. So in that aspect, how do you motivate a player who's unmotivated? And do you just simply say, you know what, he's a lost cause. I know I have to work with this guy, but I'm not going to put any second thought into it because he just doesn't have it.
Well, the thing is that, and I will tell you that we tried everything in our arsenal. Like what? I mean, whether it was money, whether it was, we would compare him to other backs, where he's like, oh, I'm better than this back. Well, no, you're not. This is why, and it's just, he just didn't have it in inside of him, because, and again, I'm guessing here. I think that he might've been given everything when he was at Pitt. Nobody really, wrote him hard. And you know what, again, I'm telling you right now, if Tom Rathman cannot motivate you, there's something inside that's just not clicking, because again, so I mean, remember we had, we got Charlie Garner when he was supposed to been down and out. Shoot, he performed well for us. Remember Jamal
Robertson?
Jamal Robertson, one of the strongest guys ever been around.
NFL Europe, led the preseason rushing that year when he came to you guys.
Yeah, you know what? And we cut him.
You did,
because he was about to make $25,000 extra for his special team performance, and our GM at the time cut him.
Yeah, you can tell the GM. No one likes that GM. It's Terry Donahue. Yeah. He screwed up everything. I talked to some of these players. And it's not a secret. No one liked Terry Donahue. There's stories where he would even be at the facility. He'd be golfing in Florida. Come on, bro. Let's call it what it is.
No, he wasn't golfing in Florida.
You know what I'm saying?
He wasn't golfing in Florida. He was at his house in Southern California.
Well, there you go.
We had to hold a plane one time for him going to a playoff game in Green Bay.
Because why? He was just at home doing nothing.
He was down in Southern California. Yeah, and again, I mean, so we wanted to draft Michael Clayton.
Michael Clayton out of Oklahoma?
No, out of LSU.
LSU. Okay. Oh, that. Yeah. Okay.
And and Eric Yarber was our wide receivers coach. He goes, I love this guy. He's going to block for us. Yada yada. Well, it got leaked out that we wanted him, so Tampa Bay took him ahead of us, and then we kept trading down. So do you know who he drafted?
What draft? What draft is this?
This is 2003 or 2004, I believe.
I don't know. Rashawn Woods out of Oklahoma State University. Yeah,
and nobody wanted him.
I thought that was a horrible. Even as a kid, I was like, "Why would you draft Rashawn Woods? He's horrible. He sucks." And he ended up sucking. Now, I said this. Even I saw this, and I don't know much. I was at what was I in high school, college, maybe? And I was like, Rashawn Woods. I was like, you guys made a huge reach, because if you look at all the other wide receivers that were drafted, it was almost like a pick that you guys hit the panic button. Not you personally, but I'm saying the team hit the panic button.
Yeah,
it was almost like, oh my gosh, here we go again. We'll never forget Rashawn. Why'd you guys do that? Why'd you guys reach for him? Why not go in a different position?
Well, because think about it is.
Come on, bro.
Remember he had 7 touchdowns in one game?
Yeah, I know.
And Terry Donahue was so just so enthusiastic about that. So you'll love this Rashawn Woods story. Oh my!
Please tell me.
You are gonna crack up. Fred Beasley is one of these guys that does not pull any punches.
Okay.
Whatsoever. So we're playing the Cardinals. And Fred Beasley had been on Rashawn Woods' case from day one because he's just, he is who he is, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're standing there, and this is during this. We were we punting? No, Cardinals were punting to us.
Okay.
And I'm standing there next to Fred, and all of a sudden we see this guy streaking down the sideline, and I'm just like, what the heck is that? And he's a gunner, and I believe he made the play. That gunner was Larry Fitzgerald. As a rookie. Because remember, they didn't start him.
Yeah, that's right. I remember that.
So he's like, whatever I can do to get on the field. So he was a gunner.
Yeah.
Larry's a big man.
He's huge. He is a monster. He is a monster, dude. He is. He really is.
Minnesota guy, by the way. He goes down and makes the tackle. And I was like, oh, my God. And I'm standing next to Fred. And Rashawn's standing next to on the other side of Fred. And Fred takes a water bottle and throws that at him and said, that's a wide receiver right there. You need to take note on that. And I just looked at him and started laughing.
Wow. Did everyone know that Rashawn Woods was a bust?
Oh, God. So
come on.
So
I
guys
want to know. I want to know.
So guys would take his press guide picture.
Okay.
And put it up on our bulletin board and draw a mask around him with bags of money and said, I just robbed the Niners. Stuff like that. I'm telling you, these guys they're ruthless. They're brutal. They don't care.
Did they now with that being said, yeah, Rashawn Woods, first round pick. How was his work ethic though? Did he have work ethic or did he have no work ethic?
No work ethic. But here's the thing. There was a couple of games where he showed flashes of what he could do. But but he just never worked hard. And his thing is that he always wanted to be a pro fisherman. And I think he is a pro fisherman to this day because all he wanted to do was go out on his boat and fish. That's all he wanted to do.
Aren't these some of the questions that are being asked during the scouting evaluation process? I mean, we talked to Randy Mueller on here. We talked about scouting evaluation with Larry Krueger from KNBR, who was a former Arizona Cardinal scout. These are the types of questions you kind of want to ask somebody. Hey, what's your background, bro? Like, what is your future? What is your 5-year vision? Do you love eat and breathe football? You can be coached up on these things, but you can ask questions around that to where you're putting them in a position to where they can't be primed and positioned for answering those types of questions, like fishing. Be like, oh yeah, so we see you love fishing. Is that something you'd want to pursue down the road, or how passionate are you on a scale of 1 to 10 when it comes to fishing? Is that what's your hobbies? Like outside of football. If they say my hobbies are this and that, and then you list it on a scale of 1 to 10, well then you can kind of decipher, hey, this guy may be looking to go in that direction rather than focusing on football in his off time. Because as a GM, what you want a player who's knows football, but breathes it, eats it, and lives it every single day, to where that hobby is not a hobby. It's more of a lifestyle, like what we're talking about with our fitness gains. So my question to you, what was going on during that pre-draft process when guys were coming in for pre-draft visits or private workouts or whatever the case may be, that a lot of these guys like Kevin Barlow, Rashawn Woods, they just don't have the strong work ethic or a work ethic thereof to be worthy of drafting that position? And ultimately, was it Terry Donahue that was making these selections that overrode the scouting department?
Well, okay. So here's another thing that I didn't like with when Terry Donahue was there, and I think it was 2003. Maybe it was the first time that this happened. Maybe 2004. I can't remember. But whatever is that he would not let all the coaches into the draft room at the same time unless we were drafting somebody in their position. And I heard about this. Yeah. And I've never seen that before. First time, like I said, the first time I was in there with Coach Walsh, all the coaches were in there. Yeah. Because Coach Walsh wanted the input from other players. And here's the thing about Coach Walsh. He always said this. He goes, always hire people around you that are smarter than you.
Exactly.
But here's, and I mean, I've seen this with other GMs too, is that sometimes they get stuck on a player and it's about ego and they don't want to be proven wrong. you know what? If you're wrong, you're wrong. If it doesn't fit, it doesn't fit. But the thing is too is that this is what I like about this current administration, Kyle and John. They sit down and they talk about players.
Mm-hmm.
They said, okay, does he fit our system?
Mm-hmm.
You could, you could take the fastest guy, the fastest wide receiver, but if he doesn't fit Kyle's system,
right.
he's not going to draft him.
Right.
When and I heard this early on when they drafted, when they were looking at Brandon Ayuk.
Mm-hmm.
I watched him a little bit at Arizona State. I said, okay, this is going to be interesting. He fit their system,
mm-hmm.
and look what he's done.
Yeah.
He's a stud. But back in the day, there were some GMs that when we drafted Druckenmiller, did he fit our system? Not really. Barlow could have fit our system, and they really thought that they could turn him around. And I thought so too. I really did. But then they gave him all this money. And he's just like, well, you know what? Guess what? Rashawn Woods, he was a first-round draft pick. He got a nice bonus. You're just like, okay. It's just, but again, some people get stuck on things. I will tell you this. When I was at Tampa, I think we had the 5th pick overall.
Mm-hmm.
Gruden told Aaron Rodgers, we're going to draft you if you're still there. We took Cadillac Williams.
I know. I remember Cadillac, but Cadillac Williams, wasn't he like rookie of the year that year?
He was rookie of the year. And actually, Cadillac's a great guy. One of my friends, who's an old equipment guy, now works for Rydell, a good friend of mine. He signed a ball for his son. I asked him, I said, Cadillac, I said, I hate asking. He goes, what do you need? He goes, I said, can you sign his ball? He goes, oh, absolutely. But then remember, he got that knee injury.
He did.
So he was out for a while. But you talk about Tom Brady having a chip. That's why Aaron Rodgers has a chip on his shoulder.
So John Gruden told him that he was going to draft him at 5.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Why would he okay, so here's something I want to talk about. Why would a coach tell a player if he's there sitting at 5, you're going to be our guy? Is that like a smokescreen where he can then tell his agent to kind of position where he might be drafted and then kind of field? I mean, there's a lot of back stuff that can happen. Why would you want to lie? Because I mean, to me, when you lie about something like that, then that gets around. And here we are talking about it. This story probably was never revealed that Aaron Rodgers would be the pick by the Tampa Bay Bucks sitting there at 5. But now John Gruden, who's sitting there, says something like this. What kind of dynamic does that set for future players who, if John Gruden says something, we don't know if he's telling the truth because, hey, look, he said that he was going to draft me at number 5. And here, how do you know Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay right now is not talking to Devontae Adams? Hey, you really don't want to go with the Las Vegas Raiders, which are rumored to be in talks with, or not in talks, but rumored to be possibly a front runner for Devontae Adams' services because of the ties with Derek Carr. What if he tells Devontae, hey, Devontae, man, John Gruden told me that, he was going to select me and I'd be wary of going to Las Vegas. You see how this works? Yeah, well, okay. So, I mean, maybe, and I don't know this for sure, but maybe Gruden had the intentions of drafting him. But then, he might, because I wasn't in the draft room at the time. Right. They just said, he wanted, it's like we needed a running back. So, we went, we got Cadillac Williams. We had Charlie Garner, but Charlie was hurt. Right. I'm trying to think who was, we had, Jamal Cook was our fullback. And he wasn't, I can't think of the other running back that we had who I could see his face. Oh, Ernest Graham. We had Ernest Graham. I remember him. Great guy. But, but they wanted that impact running back. And they said, well, we can win with Brian Greasy. What we were until he got hurt. But I will say this about Gruden. When Gruden usually says that he's going to do something, he usually does it. Okay. And I'll give you the prime example. Simeon Rice. When Simeon came to Tampa Bay, he says, look, we can't pay you what you're worth now. But he goes, I guarantee you, I promise you that if you take what we can give you now, that we'll take care of you the next year. And they did. Yeah. Jeff Garcia, one of the best stories ever. One of the best stories ever. Garcia was supposed to go to Tampa before he went to Cleveland. Oh, he was? Yeah. But I think it was his agent that said, because they had Brad Johnson as quarterback. And he said,
his agent wanted them to name Jeff the starting quarterback before he signed. And he says, I can't do that to Brad Johnson.
Yeah.
He goes, do I think Jeff can come out there and beat him out? He goes, probably, yeah, because, Brad's at his end of his career.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't go there because of that, because his agent told him something else. So Jeff ends up going to Cleveland. And then what happens when he gets released from Cleveland? He ends up signing with Tampa, down the road. And he, 2-year deal, and he played well for them. But see, it's stuff like that happens. And Gruden was up in front and honest. He goes, we're going to pay you as a starting quarterback, but we just can't name you a starter until, because in fairness to Brad. Right. Which I totally understand that, Yeah. So it's sometimes, it's all, just about everybody plays a game there. It's a smoke screen. Sometimes it is, sometimes it's not, whatever it is, they will say, again, and I truly believe this in my soul. Okay. Matt Jones was a smokescreen.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Kyle is not going to show his hand. You have to remember, Kyle came from his dad. His dad worked under Bill Walsh. Coach Walsh would not show his hand. Mm-hmm. If that's one thing that these coaches learn, not to show your hand.
Right. Right. And that's what I said when the national media, everyone was pushing Mac Jones. I went on the live stream and I said, it's not Mac Jones. It's going to be Trey Lance or Justin Fields. And ultimately, as it got closer, I was hearing more Trey Lance. My sources are pretty strong. I don't like using my sources, but you know what I'm saying? Like, we know people, and that's why I say trust comes into play. They're going to leak out information as long as you're not going to say such and such said this. You know what I mean? So like,
oh yeah, after the first mini camp, I went up to see the equipment guys real quick, and I was talking to them about it. Like, oh my god, like this kid Trey Lance, like, oh my god. Mm-hmm. But he walks in as a rookie. He's humbled. Yep. He's learning from Garoppolo. He's learning, he's learning from Kyle. This kid's going to be good.
Yeah, I agree.
But again, you cannot show your hand. Again, we go back to the Andre Carter story. If somebody wouldn't have leaked it out of our damn building, yeah. Then guess what? Then we would have had no problems, getting them. But somebody leaked it out of the building. The Chicago Bears, they leaked it out of their building too, that they wanted Andre. So guess what? We moved up, Right. So yeah. It's it's again, you just cannot show your hand whatsoever.
Right. And you got to decipher again when you're going through, when you have quote unquote sources, or what I like to call network, right? You call it, you have a PhD in network. Network. I like using the word network as well. So like when you go through your network, you really got to decipher even through that network, the stuff that you put on Twitter or the stuff that you tweet or stuff you put on YouTube is actual value. And you keep a track record. Like, all right, so some of the stuff people will tell me, I'm like, I don't know about this network or this source, so I'm going to just put this on the back burner, file it away. But then with other ones, they've been right 110% of the time in my 10th year covering the 49ers, so that would hold more weight. So I would be like, what I'm hearing. I always say what I'm hearing. I never say, my sources told me this. It's either you want to believe it or you don't want to believe it. But the track record speaks for itself. And again, it comes down to trust, right, Terrell? Like,
right. You're right. But okay,
everything comes down to trust.
Right. So this just popped up, where Tommy said that, Matt Mayoka and Chris Sims owe the fans an apology because they were pushing for Matt Jones.
Matt Jones, right?
Okay. So this tells you again how close Kyle keeps cards to his vest. He and Chris Sims have been friends for years.
Correct.
They played college ball together. We were at Tampa together. If Chris Sims didn't know, the only ones that knew that was him and John. Mm-hmm. But that's the way you have to do it. Because if somebody says, okay, if it comes out that they're going to go for Trey Lance, somebody would have tried to move up to get Trey Lance because he saw something. The Niners saw something in him that said, okay, we're going to make him the third pick. Yeah. But you again, that's why. And again, I love the question. Whoever asked it said, would you go back? It would be only because of Kyle. Yeah. Because I have that much respect for Kyle Shanahan.
So the question is, when will you be back? No, honestly, dude, you're gonna be back in the NFL, dude. Like, it's crazy. It's like, dude, you come on, bro. Come on, man. No. Because I keep in touch with NFL strength and conditioning coaches and the NFL current ones,
Right.
and they all speak about you in high regard. I'm not going to put those strength and conditioning coaches. I mean, we talk about, like I said, I'm not going to name drop people, but you know who we know. We have the same contacts.
You know,
come on, bro. When are you going to become an NFL coach again? Because again, at the end of the day, the track record speaks for itself. The Niners have a bad track record with injuries. You have a very good one. The proof is in the pudding. I think you need to be a coach at some point. I mean, I think you're doing yourself a disservice, and you're doing the Bay Area a disservice by turning down these offers, bro.
You know what? If they came to me and we sat down and we had a conversation, I would really highly consider it.
Yeah.
But again, you know, it's got to be the right places. Because, okay, so I left Tampa Bay for a reason. Okay. Because the strength coach there went on to be at Pittsburgh, and he and I didn't get along. So when I left, and God, and here's another Bill Walsh story. I get a call from Coach Walsh, and he says, "Hey," he goes, "we're both San Jose State alum." I'm like, yeah. He goes, "We're bringing in a new AD," and he goes, "We want you to come in and be the strength coach." And I was like, I'm not sure. Well, the head coach that they hired was Dick Tomey, and I worked with Coach Tomey at the Niners. But again, when Coach Walsh calls me and says, "Hey, we need you," I said, "Okay, I'm moving back to the Bay Area." Mm-hmm. Well, I moved back to the Bay Area. They fired the coach at Tampa. They put in my guy, Mike Morris, mm-hmm. whose brother was Joe Morris, And Mike asked me to come back. I said, "I already committed to San Jose State."
Yeah.
I was like, okay. So then I get to San Jose State. I get a call from the Steelers asking me, "Do you want to come?" I said, "I'm committed to San Jose State."
Wow.
You know, I mean, because it's Coach Walsh. Once I commit to him, I'm going to commit to him. But, but again, I've had some people ask me, like, "Hey, do you want to come back?" I was like, "No." I said, "I'm good." Yeah. But it has to be under the right circumstances. So,
it has to be in the right circumstances. You don't have to go in details about that, but I think right circumstances also comes down to the right coaching staff, the right relationships that you have with these players, because at the end of the day, or these coaches, because at the end of the day, you can be the best at your job, but be not in the best ideal situation. And when you're not in the best ideal situation, then that's when you feel like sometimes you're being micromanaged. Like, look, I'm here. But why are you changing the program? Because this is how I do it, bro. Like, you hired me to do a job. I'm doing it this way. You don't like it. Then why did you hire me in the first place? And then that's where the dysfunction comes into play, because again, you know where we're going with this.
Okay, so that's why my years at the Niners were so awesome.
Correct.
Because they left us alone.
Right, exactly.
They left us alone.
I know. I'm laughing.
Mooch believed in us so much. Even when Coach Erickson got there, he believed in us so much. Again, I go to Tampa. The strength coach and I, we had different philosophies. He was more of a PT guy. I was like, no, this is not going to work. But I talked to some of the strength coaches today. And they tell me the input that comes from some of these coaches. And again, this is my perfect example. Sean Payton is a guru. Mm-hmm. Okay. What does he tell his strength coach to implement? CrossFit. Because he went and he lost 10 pounds while he was doing CrossFit. CrossFit, in my opinion, has no place in the NFL. It's too hard on your joints. And plus techniques are wrong, the whole deal.
You want to learn how to, what do you call it? Clipping? What do they call that? What do you call that?
I just called it all kinds of wrong. That's
why didn't you just do a regular pull-up?
Thank you.
Yeah. And it's funny because, like I said, we're in this, right? Like I am in it too, and I work with the players. And if you can't do something, then why try to compromise the form to do one pull-up when you can easily just work on that functional strength that we talked about to get you there in the first place, and that way you're not messing up the joints, because when you're doing that, you're putting a lot of stress on your shoulders.
Thank you. Thank you. And so, and again, you hire a strength coach because of his experience and his knowledge.
There you go.
And now you want to come in and implement certain things into his program that doesn't work.
Yeah.
I'm just, and again, it has to be the right situation.
Yeah. CrossFit is one of the things. My parents used to do CrossFit. They used to, and they're in their 70s, right?
Okay.
And they used to do CrossFit, and they had joint problems. Now they don't do much CrossFit anymore. They still do. They don't do any of that, but they do more functional strength movements, especially because they were getting injuries. You know what I mean? Like, you can't expect to go through this grueling, and a lot of it's circuits.
Oh,
a lot of it's circuit training.
You know what? It really is. And I will say this: the only time that we did circuit training, actually, we never really did circuit training. We did supersets.
Yeah.
Fridays we would leave open for supersets.
Yeah, that's fine.
And I will tell you this. The supersets that we would set up for these guys, they'd be like, oh my God.
Tell me, I want to know. Okay. Let's hear it.
So here's what we would do. Especially with the offensive lineman. And this is one of the many reasons why I love Jeremy Newberry, because he is such a competitor. Oh my God. Okay. So what we would do is, you go into the Stairmaster, or the step mill.
Yes, the Stairmaster, correct.
Dude, that thing's a beast. Okay. So you do that for 10 minutes. Mm-hmm. Now you're going to do squats.
Okay.
You do squats, and then we would have them do an elevated reverse lunge.
Is that like a Bulgarian split squat?
No. So basically, what you do is you have a platform.
Mm-hmm.
And so you know how you do a reverse lunge. So you elevate it just a bit. Okay. So you're basically stepping back.
Okay.
We would have them do that on Fridays. Oh my God, their legs would be smoking. And
how many sets? So
we would do a round of 3. Depends on if I felt generous or not. 10 to 12 reps.
Jeez. So you're going for hypertrophy then, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's just something also to break up the monotony.
Yeah.
Or then I would have them do walking lateral lunges.
Yeah, I hate those, dude. If you ever made to do those, I hate. You know what? Because you're using your core strength is freaking firing up, bro. And then the balancing of it. Now you're working secondary muscle groups, and you have to stay in a straight. No, hell no, bro.
And that's the thing is people don't understand that you have these secondary muscles that are your stabilizer muscles.
Exactly.
If you don't use them, especially if you're a pro athlete, guess what? You're going to get injured.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So we do that. I mean, again, I still use a lot of that stuff today.
Yeah.
And my girls will look at me like, Coach Jones, where'd you get this from? I said, nah, I've had it for years. I'll tell you something else too that Jerry Attaway introduced me to. And it smokes people, but it smokes people in a good way.
Okay.
Is we have a pool workout.
Oh gosh. Okay.
Okay. So the pool workout, so it's probably, say up to your waist, the pool is. And I'm mad at the Niners because when we left, they cemented over the pool. I was like, what's wrong with you people? Like, don't you understand that you can get them in there with resistance, but there's not stress on their joints?
It's called low impact training, bro.
Thank you. Okay.
Hire me. We'll go in with the Niners together and
So the time that I was there and Jerry introduced the pool workout to me, and we had a bunch of rookies in.
Yeah.
We had these rookies that were laughing. They were like, pool workout? Psst, this is cake. Well, not the Jerry Attaway pool workout, because you start off with sprints, then we would do what's called the snake run. Okay?
Yeah.
And then we would have you backpedal, then we would have you do scissors. Just all kinds of things. The last thing we would have you do is squat jumps.
Oh, hell no.
Squat jumps. Okay. And we would go from 20 seconds to 30 seconds to 40 seconds.
Oh, hell no.
One of the rookies got out of the pool and he goes, this is the first time in my entire life that I've ever sweated in a pool.
Yeah. That's crazy. You don't sweat in pools. I don't sweat in pools. I swim 3 times a week. And I do some plyometrics and some stuff like that and low impact stuff. But I have never sweated in a pool, and I go. And
Yeah.
I do laps. And you don't realize you're sweating, but you are because you're in the water.
Yeah.
For a guy to realize he's sweating in the pool.
Oh yeah. So during the off-season conditioning program, I want to say was it every Tuesday or Thursday that we would do pool workout. Ron, great story about Ron Stone.
Okay.
We get him from the Giants. Shows up at I used to get in there by 5:15. Okay. And I would get my work in. You know, I would get my cardio in first, and then I would get my lifting in, like when everybody's at lunch or meetings, whatever. Stoney shows up at 5:30. I had just got done with cardio. And I looked at him and I said, "What are you doing here?" He goes, "What do you mean?" I said, "The report that we got from the New York Giants is that you're lazy, that you won't come in early to get workouts in." He goes, "No." He goes, "I come in about 5:30, 6 o'clock every Tuesday and Thursday. And I love Stoney to death, but there's days that I hated him. He would do pool workouts, and he goes, I'm only going to do pool workouts if you're going to come in there with me." Okay, I've already done cardio. And now I'm jumping in the pool with Stoney. I'm at the end like this. Oh my God, I am dying. But that was his routine.
Yeah.
The pool workouts. Yeah. Yeah.
Stoney was one of the most, again, another humble guy. I met him actually working out at 24 Hour Fitness of all places. He's one of the best offensive linemen, I think, that during that tenure, right? I mean, if you want to talk about all pro player, you're talking about Stoney, Ron Stone, who came from the New York Giants, along with Scott Gregg, if I'm not mistaken. Didn't Scott Gregg play right tackle? Or
yeah, Gregg came before Stoney.
He came before Stoney. The year prior? Was it the year prior?
Yeah, the year prior. And Scott Gregg's another guy. Great guy, very religious, humbled. One of my favorite pictures, I've got this, is we're playing the Jets.
Okay.
And they had just scored. We had just scored. And so one of the things I used to do when the offensive line would score is I would go down, towards the goal line, and they would all give me daps coming off the field.
Okay.
There's a picture of me and Scott Gregg walking off the field, and we're laughing because he was telling me about a play, and I said something funny to him. I can't remember what I said. Okay. And at that time, I was probably weighing what? I don't know, say 225. I'm like 205 now.
Yeah.
I look like a child next to Gregg. And every year for his birthday, I either post it on Facebook or I send him the picture, wish him happy birthday.
Yeah.
I look like a kid next to him. Yeah.
Scott Gregg was, I mean, remember, he was really tall. He was like what, 6'7", 6'8",
6'8", yeah.
Yeah, 6'8", 315. And you guys also had a guy by the name of Matt Willig who was really tall, another tackle.
Yeah, Matt was 6'9".
Yeah, that guy was fucking crazy.
Oh yeah. So we had him, we had Gregg, we drafted Heitman, we drafted Kyle Kozier, we had Stoney, we had Newberry. And and here's the thing about Stoney and Newberry is that they wanted to teach the young guys.
Mm-hmm.
We got Quayne. Quayne just didn't work out.
Yeah. How was his work ethic?
You know what? He was pretty good, but he just didn't have that killer instinct. Good guy, didn't have the killer instinct. He's a different kind of guy than Jeremy Newberry, and he kind of took that kind of wrong. But Jeremy's Jeremy. Yeah. Jeremy, there's no gray area. There's no gray area with Jeremy. But I will tell you this: when Stoney and Jay New got together, we played Tampa the year after they won the Super Bowl. They beat Warren Sapp up something fierce that Warren Sapp just wanted to quit. So Jeremy would engage him with a block.
Yeah. He
would come off the block. Next thing you know, Stoney is hitting him.
Yeah.
And I remember this. Warren Sapp said to him, "Is this the way it's going to be?" And both of them said, "All day." And it was all day long. But those two, you talk about work ethic and just great guys. Though, and the offensive line, most of the offensive line guys that I've dealt with have been great guys. You start, you start from the beginning, from Kirk Scrafford to
Kirk Crawford. Wow.
to Chris Dahlman, to the Dalai Lama, and I talk to the Lama every now and then,
Is Chris Dahlman? No. Does Chris Dahlman have a son?
His son got drafted by Atlanta
Falcons.
Yeah.
So it is the same Chris Dahlman out of Stanford.
I was hoping that he would go to
the 49ers. I know.
Yeah.
Me too.
So we had the Dalai Lama. That's my first year was with Ray Brown came in. We had, so we brought back Jesse Sapola.
Yeah.
Because Chris Dahlman got hurt. So we brought back Jesse. Who else did we have? I'm blanking right now on else we had, but the offensive line was good. The offensive line and defensive line guys, they're great guys.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, also we had Derek Deese, who was an undersized guy.
Another one of the underrated guys of all time on the Niners.
And Deese had good technique, and he was fast.
He was extremely fast. Yes.
So of course, you saw the Deese when Deese came down and tried to hit who was the corner's name that hit T.O.? In Dallas. Yeah.
Yes. George Teague.
Yes. Yeah.
George Teague, the safety. Yes.
Yeah. So you saw how fast Deese came down for that, But yeah, I mean, the Niners have been really good about drafting offensive linemen.
Yeah.
And again, you got to go back to Bob McKittrick. You
have to go back to McKittrick.
You talk about a guy that should be in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I know.
That guy right there.
I know. I agree with you. I mean, Bob McKittrick was the guy with the West Coast offense. We had Randy Cross on the show, right? And Randy Cross was speaking about Bob McKittrick, and he said echoes the same thing. He was the one that, he was very smart. He was ahead of his time because he told us to chop, block, and clip. It was within the guidelines of the rules. Not like we were dirty, but it was in the guidelines of the rules. Like they don't like it, change the rules. So Bob McKittrick was ahead of his time because he was like Bill Belichick. Bill Belichick's ahead of the game. Bill Belichick, he will find the little things in the rule book when it comes to clock management. And then they had to change the rules the following year. So exactly what you're getting with a guy like Bob McKittrick, man.
So Bob McKittrick, one of the toughest men that I've ever met in my life. Former Marine. When he got sick, Jerry Attaway and myself were in the room when they told him that he had cancer. Mm-hmm. And I was just like, oh my God. And Bob was great because Bob was like, he goes, you can speak in front of them. They're friends of mine. So Bob comes back. He has cancer, right? We had to force him to use one of those little mobile carts.
Oh, jeez.
On the sidelines. He would walk up the stairs. The man has cancer and he's shaking, but he would still walk upstairs where there's people using the elevator. And we had to force him to use the elevator. But that's Bob McKittrick. So what he preached on the field, he practiced off the field as well.
Wow, that's such a inspirational story, and it talks about his true character, how actions speak louder than words, and that will rub off the team, the franchise forever.
Oh yeah, I mean
forever. Stories like this, Bob McKittrick lives through people's stories.
Well,
right?
So he's the guy, well, at least when I was there, that saw what Chris Dahlman can do because they drafted Chris in the 5th round.
Stanford, yeah, I remember that.
Derek Deese, if I'm not mistaken, Deese was an undrafted free agent. Yeah, undrafted free agent. We brought in Ray Brown. Mm-hmm. Scrafford comes from University of Montana. Undersized guy, but just tough and could read. Just knew what he was doing. So you bring in those guys, and it's all because of Bob McKittrick. He had such an eye for talent that you're just like, oh my God, you just want to. And I'm telling you, there's times where I would, why am I forgetting this guy? And I talk to him like a couple times a month. Kevin Gogan.
You still talk to that guy?
Oh yeah.
That's awesome. What is he up to? I loved Kevin Gogan. He's one of the most dirtiest players, but he was a beast on the football field. You want him on your football team. Kevin Gogan, man, what is that guy up to these days?
Oh, Gogs did really well with his money.
Oh, what is he doing?
So what he does now is he hunts and fish. He lives in the, he told me, he goes, yeah, I live in the backwoods in Washington. I think he does. He will call some Seattle games, but he does a lot of University of Washington games as well.
So he lives in the Pacific Northwest.
Yep. That's where he's from. He loves it. He's a great guy. But you're right. He's a dirty player, but he does it within the guidelines. Of course, we had Harris Barton.
Harris Barton
as left tackle. So, so can you imagine those guys? Imagine the conversations. And there's times, I kid you not. Oh my God, I would go into the offensive line meeting rooms and just sit in there and just listen to stuff. And I was like, okay, I got to get out of here because you don't want to laugh in meetings, but I'm gonna get out of here because I'm gonna get myself in trouble. But we had guys like that. Yeah, and when the day that they traded Gogan, because I don't know if you remember that they traded Gogan and Mark Edwards. Remember Mark Edwards?
Yeah, the fullback. I remember.
Another great fullback. Good.
Correct.
Fullback. They trade those guys to, I think, the Dolphins for like a 4th round pick or something like that. Yeah,
it was something marginal. I was upset about this.
It was cap reasons. But you lose a guy like Gogan on the line.
Yeah.
You're just like, oh my God. And again, those guys are great teachers. So, again, the history of the Niners when I was there and even before I was there, it's just so rich with great players and good people. We didn't even talk about Kenny Norton.
Yeah.
He's another one. You talk about an underrated linebacker. Remember the year that he had 200 tackles?
Yeah, I do. I remember that. That was ridiculous. I do remember that.
Here's a great story about Kenny. So Kenny's dad, Ken Norton Sr.
Yeah.
One of my favorite boxers of all time.
Yeah.
Used to bring his dad to practice, whenever. And, and at that time, I think it was after he had a stroke.
Mm-hmm.
I'm standing at practice and I feel somebody give me a kidney shot. I was like, oh my God. It was Mr. Norton. He's like, I just want to see how you react. I said, that hurts. Here's this man like 60-something years old and had a stroke and still delivers a body blow like that. And I said, Mr. Norton, please don't do that again. I said, I almost peed myself.
That was Ken Norton's dad that did that to you?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Heavyweight champion of the world.
Yeah, Ken Norton Jr. For those who don't know, because my followers range from people who are my age. I'm 37 years old. Mm-hmm. But then people from this is kids, right? So you're talking about 15, 16-year-olds. And then we also have people who, 60s, 70s. So it's a good range of people that are in here. Hearing stories like that it's really crazy because you would never get this kind of information if it wasn't for you hopping on the show and sharing this and being authentic and transparent.
Dude, again, there's so many stories that I can tell you. And of course, there's stories I can't tell you, but and again, I started in my 30s when I got there.
Right.
And I never dreamed that I would be there. But once I was there, I took it all in and I worked hard. I was fortunate. But to be in the draft rooms and to hear certain things and to watch people that came through that we were thinking about drafting. I remember we brought in Steve Smith.
Steve Smith, the wide receiver.
Yeah, we brought him in for a workout.
Well, how'd that go? Let's talk. That's one of my favorite players. I keep saying one of my favorite players, but no, literally these guys are my favorite players, like Steve Smith.
So we brought him in, but somebody, who was it? Was it Carolina that took him before we did?
They did. Carolina did take them.
But we looked at him. Remember Dan Morgan?
I do, the linebacker, correct, out of University of Miami.
So we brought him in as well. Oh God, okay. You're gonna love this. You're gonna love this story.
Okay.
I want to say it was 2003.
Okay.
So they bring in TJ Hushmazada.
Okay, wide receiver.
Okay. We were looking at bringing him in. But we're just, but there, something happened and, he went someplace else. Dallas Cowboys offered us a 1st and a 3rd round draft pick for Kevin Barlow.
No, they did not. Is this true?
Is this true?
Okay.
We turned it down.
We, as in Donahue, turned it down. Okay.
Okay. So, and and I remember talking to Coach Erickson about this. He said, okay, because that means that we'd have 2 first-round draft picks that year.
Okay. And then what year is this?
2003.
I'm going to pull up the draft. Okay.
Okay. He said that with our first round draft pick, we would take DJ Williams out of Miami, the linebacker.
Okay. He was a beast, the linebacker, come out of Miami, though. Yeah. Okay.
He said with our second first round draft pick, and he goes, this guy would learn from Garrison, we would take Steven Jackson.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow. I would be happy with Steven Jackson.
Can you imagine Steven Jackson and Garrison in the same backfield, and Steven's learning from Garrison? And instead, he goes to the Rams and he just tears us apart. Yeah.
So Steven Jackson, he came out of what? Oregon State, right?
Oregon State. Yeah. Yeah. You got to remember that Coach Erickson came out of Oregon State.
Right.
So he knew him. He knew TJ Hushmasada. So he knew those guys.
Why did Donahue not roll with that deal, first and third, for Kevin Barlow? What was he holding on to?
I just think that he believed in Barlow. But I mean, you're talking about a first and a third for a guy that didn't even make the Pro Bowl.
So Jerry Jones literally made that phone call and said, "You know what? We'll give you a first and a third for or whoever, someone that."
And I believe
that's ridiculous. First and a third.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, I think Parcells was the head coach there at the time.
Oh, so Parcells probably wanted him then, right? Because he would be because didn't Parcells have like personnel?
He had control. Yeah. But if I'm not mistaken, Parcells was the head coach there at the time.
Wow, dude, that a first and a third in that 2003 NFL draft class. The Dallas Cowboys held the 5th pick overall.
Yeah, so we were going to take DJ. We were going to take DJ Williams, I believe. So okay, so look at that and see if Steven Jackson was drafted that year, because I believe he was.
Let me look up Steven Jackson. I think it was, but didn't he go? I thought he. Okay, let me look up.
Because he went the first round. He went late first round, if I'm not mistaken.
It's not that same draft. It wasn't that draft.
Okay, so, when was it?
I don't know. I gotta look it up. Punt. Steven Jackson. Let's just do this.
Maybe it was 2004.
Okay, let's look. I like how we go back in the dirty archives. Now people are like, "Oh, we got to tune into the BEASTwriter Family channel because everything's being released." Well, it's really cool though. It's not like anyone cares these days. I mean, it's all in the past. Like 25 years ago. Like, you remember 25 years ago when? Oh my gosh, it's good to blow up.
And that's the thing. You think about what players could have gone where, or people were talking about this player going there, and it just something it just didn't happen for whatever reason.
Yeah, you're right. Steven Jackson. Oh, so it's 2004 NFL draft.
Okay, that's what it was.
So yes, you are correct. So the Dallas Cowboys. Let's see what the Cowboys had. The Dallas Cowboys were obviously picking in the first round.
Were they in middle?
Wait, hold on. They ended up. Did they end up trading that pick? The Dallas Cowboys ended up trading that first round pick. So yeah, you're not lying. They traded to somebody.
Because DJ Williams went to Denver. Am I correct?
No, I believe he did. Yeah. Dallas. Dallas. Okay, so Dallas traded Dallas Cowboys held the 22nd pick overall. They traded that to the Buffalo Bills for J.P. Lossman. So the Bills wanted J.P. Lossman out of Tulane, and Dallas traded out of that first round.
Yeah. So we were in the middle of the pack.
You guys were. San Francisco was. Yes.
Yeah. We were 15th. We're the 15th pick.
Let's see. Let me look.
We're the 14th or 15th, something like that.
No, you guys were 31st. That's the Rashawn Woods, 2004.
Yeah, but remember, we traded down.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, because I think we traded down. Right. I think we traded down with New England.
Let's see here. What the heck? There's so many trades here.
I know.
Traded. So you held. Wait, what the heck? Okay, so initially I said San Francisco traded this first round selection. So you guys held the 28th, and you guys moved down to 31st.
No, but we were higher than that because we finished 9 or 6 and what were we? Were we 6 and 7 and 9 that year? I believe.
In 2003.
2004.
Oh, so 2000. Well, and so the 2004 NFL draft is based on the 2003 season.
Right. Yeah. So 2003, I think we were 7-9.
Okay. Let me look. You're probably, let's see. Yeah, you're right. You guys were 7-9. Yeah, you guys were 7-9. So you guys.
So I think, if I'm not mistaken, we had. Okay, so look at when Tampa Bay drafted Michael Clayton.
Oh, when Tampa Bay drafted Mike Clayton.
2004. It was 2004.
Okay. I think they got him in the second, I thought. Or did they get him in the first?
He was a first-round draft pick.
No, he was. He was drafted 15th. You're right.
Okay. So we had the 16th pick. Then we traded down.
You did. Look at
and then
this.
We traded down
You're right.
Yeah.
So you traded the 16th overall pick to the Philadelphia Eagles.
And then we traded to New England after that, right?
And no, so you traded down from 16 to 28.
Right.
Okay, in the 28th slot. And then you traded that selection to the Carolina Panthers.
Okay.
Yeah, to the 31st spot. And you guys got lucky with Rashawn Woods.
Yeah. So, so Terry Donahue was trying to emulate what Coach Walsh did. Which
is trade down.
Yeah, but the thing is Coach Walsh knew when to trade down and when not to trade down.
And then the funny thing about that is Bill Walsh hand selected Terry Donahue because they're buddies or whatever, right? Or was it because he really knew what he was doing? I just look at Terry Donahue's track record and I said, I'm in high school, I can pick better than him. I'm being serious. DJ Williams went 17th overall, so you're spot on there. Yeah. So you guys wanted DJ Williams, so you guys were going to take him.
Yeah, because if we would have had our draft pick and Dallas's draft pick.
22.
We would have had DJ and Steven Jackson.
Jeez Louise.
Yeah. So can you imagine if we had those two, and then if I'm not mistaken, we released Garrison.
Oh, in 2004?
Yeah, I think we released Garrison.
That's the thing that just blows my mind. As a fan, here I am in college or in high school. I would make frequent trips from San Diego State, and I would never miss one home game with the San Francisco. That's how much of a diehard fan I was. And looking back, I was just like, it was just so hard to be optimistic about the team because
and you're right, because if you look at 2004, we only won 2 games, right?
Yeah.
And I think, if I'm not mistaken, we beat Arizona both times.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was the first time in I don't know how many years that we had gotten shut out as well, because we got shut out, I believe, in Seattle.
Oh, did you?
I think so.
So this is a 2003 season, right? We're looking
2004 season. 2004.
Sorry, the 2004
season.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we got shut out in Seattle because that broke our streak of not being shut out.
Oh, geez Louise. Okay, yeah. Yeah, you were. Dang, you have a good memory. September 26th. Look at you. You're like a freaking dictionary, bro. Zero. I'm crazy. Yeah, you guys were 0-3. You guys lost 34-0 at Quest Field.
Yeah.
September 26th.
Yeah. I mean, it was crazy. And I remember that game because it was cold as all get out. It was like, oh my God. And, and I mean, and so our quarterbacks were Tay, Cody Pickett, which was a homecoming for Cody Pickett.
Yeah.
And Ken Dorsey.
Ken Dorsey. I thought he was going to be something special.
I thought so too. We kind of threw him in the fire. He got hurt a little bit, but smart guy. Smart. Oh, okay.
You're going to talk about Nate Davis, aren't you?
Nate Davis. I got a great story for you in Philadelphia.
Okay, let's hear it.
2003.
Yeah.
Philly's playing for home field advantage Sunday night game.
Okay. 2003. Okay.
We are underdogs because we weren't a good team. Let me back up. We didn't play as well as we should have because we were 7-9. I can count probably like 4 games that we should have won.
Yeah.
So my first time being in Philadelphia, I walk into the locker room, and who's standing in the locker room?
Who?
Terry Francona. Because he and Coach Tomey were friends. They coached at Arizona together. And Coach told me knew that I'm a big baseball fan. So Terry Francona and I, we started talking. We strike up a friendship. Okay. We go out to the field. Oh my God. It's snowing, the whole deal. They start introducing the starting defensive lineup.
Okay.
Well, then of course they start booing. And Jeff Albert grabs me and goes, I love this kind of stuff. I'm like, okay. Well, we start winning. They start throwing snowballs at us with AA batteries inside the snowballs.
What?
Yeah. So everybody was helmets on. I'm standing in front of linemen, the whole deal. Okay. Well, then Garrison got hurt. And I took him into the locker room. So I had to sit with him for a little bit. And all of a sudden, I started hearing this chant going. And I was like, what the hell's that chant? So I put my ear out to the door. And they're going, Aikman sucks. Aikman sucks. So I run back in the locker room with Garrison. I'm watching it on TV now. And Troy Aikman was announcing the game. And he goes, the Philly fans, he goes, I am so happy that they remember me. Because I had some great memories there. Well, we end up beating Philadelphia.
Yeah.
It ruins their home field advantage, I believe. We get to the airport. We're celebrating, of course, big game for us. We get food. Well, they tell us that our plane, it's broke.
What do you mean it's broke?
That there was something when they were loaded into the dock, something broke. So they had to separate us and put us on smaller planes.
Okay.
So I'm on the last plane to go out, it's still the whole team. I didn't get back till 6:30 in the morning.
Wow.
Yeah, I didn't get back here till 6:30 in the morning. So, by then I'm just like, I'm tired, but it doesn't make any sense for me to go home because guys are going to come in and watch film. Some guys may want to lift, whatever. I come to find out our plane wasn't broke. Somebody called in a bomb threat on our plane. So to take precautions, they separated us. Philadelphia. We're talking about the stadium that has a jail and a courthouse.
Yeah.
Somebody called in a bomb threat on us. Yeah.
That's Philadelphia fans for you.
Exactly.
Well, because there's stories.
Dude.
There's a story about a player where he went to a restaurant. They literally food poisoned him.
Oh yeah, dude.
Literally did it, and there was a note on it saying "We got you" on the receipt.
Dude, we when we played them, that was December. They booed Santa Claus. Anybody who boos Santa Claus, that they're not right in their minds. Oh yeah.
That's crazy.
Again, there's so many different stories. Well, when 9/11 hit. Yeah. I remember where I was in the weight room with Dave Fiore. Mm-hmm. And I thought it was the first plane hit. We were watching on TV. I thought it was a hoax. I was like, this can't be real. Well, then I saw the second plane. Did you know that the NFL, the NFL wanted the games to go on.
They did. I remember this. I do remember this. Yes.
And it was the New York Jets, I believe, that fought it because they were supposed to fly to Oakland to play the Raiders. Mm-hmm. They fought that so hard. They're like, there's no way that we're flying because they had friends, relatives, people who died, in the towers. Well, we were the first NFL team to go back and play in New York. Mm-hmm. And actually, I believe we played the Jets. Well, we get there Sunday night. We're playing Monday night. Sunday morning, they get a group of us. We go to ground zero. Mm-hmm. And this is like 3 weeks after it happened. Yeah. It is one of the most devastating things I've ever seen in my life. Yeah. I'm standing there and I'm talking to the first responders and I'm asking them, are you pulling out bodies? They're like, no, we're pulling out body parts. There was a building across the street where a beam from one of the towers has shot out and was still stuck in that building. Yeah. I have a picture of that. It was just like, it was crazy. It was just like one of those things that you're just like, oh my God. And we end up being the Jets. And actually Luther Vandross sung the national anthem. And Terry Jackson's famous line was, He goes, that's a skinny Luther. That's not the woo fat Luther. Luther hurt him. So
Terry
again,
Jackson.
yeah.
Was he a joker? Terry Jackson was a joker, I guess.
You know what? He was a joker, but he did it in such a sly, smart way. One of the smartest men you will ever meet.
Really? Terry Jackson?
We used to call him Coach.
Because
he knew where everybody was supposed to be.
I remember he was one of the brightest in terms of like his versatility because he can play the H-back. He was a very, very valuable piece on special teams. He played a little bit running back, fullback. And what happened? Was Paul Smith supposed to be a running back or was he supposed to be used as a fullback? I always got confused about that.
It was kind of a little bit of both.
Okay.
But then, but once Garrison came back, we used him as a fullback or we used him as a halfback. But then we had Fred Beasley as well.
Yeah.
There's a piece of history that a lot of people don't understand. Terry Jackson and his brother Willie played for the Saints.
Correct.
They were the first brothers to score a touchdown in the same game.
Oh, they are.
Yep, it was in New Orleans. Yeah,
I didn't know that. Yeah, Willie Jackson played wide receiver, right?
Yeah. He was a good wide receiver. Yeah,
he was.
Actually, their father was the first black player to play at the University of Florida.
Oh, that's right. I did remember reading that.
Yeah, but Terry Jackson is so smart. I talk to him like a couple times a year, throughout the year. But yeah, he's so smart. And again, we call him Coach because he knew where everybody's supposed to be, not only on offense, but in special teams as well. He was our special teams captain. I think it was 2001. It was 2001. And Jerry Rice said, whoever leads our team in special team tackles, he goes, I'm giving you $10,000.
Wow.
And at the end, one day in the meeting, Jerry came in with $10,000 in cash and gave it to Terry Jackson.
He did.
Yep. Jerry's a man of his word. If he says he's going to do something, he'll do it. Yeah.
See, that's how it should be.
Exactly. So, yeah.
Well, thank you so much, TJ, for hopping on the BEASTwriter Family Show. We are honored to have you. I mean, this is a long stream, but it was well worth it. Everyone loved the stories that you shared, and hopefully you will be able to hop back on in the near future and talk football. And good luck.
I'll bring Pierre on.
Yeah, let's do that, man. If there's a way we can get him on to promote what he's doing too, because obviously I want it to be beneficial for him as well. Right. To talk about what he's doing, his life story, it'd be really cool. This is fun. This is very casual and fun. So it's all about good vibes only here in the BEASTwriter Family.
And I'm sitting there looking at the clock. It's like it says it's been 4 hours, but it doesn't even seem like it's been 4 hours.
I know. It literally seems like 30 minutes. 45 minutes tops.
Because again, there's stories that I haven't even touched on that I guarantee you, that will come to me and I'll have to write them down because there's so many great stories. Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah. Look at everybody say you get Pierre on and I'll buy me 2 pairs of socks.
And you'll love them too, by the way. So
yeah, dude, seriously. Yeah. No, everyone here in the BEASTwriter Family is all about the good vibes only. And again, this is what it's about, man. Sharing your stories. And I think it's really cool to hear, people like you because they hear about me all the time. I can talk game, talk shop, talk NFL all the time, but hearing it from people actually on the other side of it, right? I'm on the media side, but like hearing it from like people who are, in it, right? Like even if you're in the media, right? Like, but I'm not on that side of the media, like, the NFL networks, the ESPNs, the strength and conditioning coaches, the former players and so forth. So it's really cool hearing you guys' stories from different perspectives. Cause like I said, one thing remains the same. And I will always leave everyone with this is if you have integrity, you have trust, and you do the right thing, you're going to win every single time.
Right.
Every single time.
Yeah.
And
exactly. I agree with you.
And the most important thing that you can learn from this is if you never want to compromise that because the moment you do, it's lost forever. You can't gain trust back ever. Once it's gone forever.
Well, and that's something else that, of course, Mooch and, Coach Walsh, also said, hey, it's a privilege to be here.
It is.
So whatever you do, you're representing, not only are you representing the Niners, but he goes, you're representing your family as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I said, to this day, I still hold that true, the players that I've been around, again, Dwight Clark was my first GM.
Mm-hmm. Right.
He and Coach Mariucci and Jerry Attaway and Mike Barnes saw something in me and gave me a chance. There's and I will leave you with this. There's times where I've seen after Dwight left the Niners. There's times where I was out, whether it was an event. Oh, you'll love this. Giants National League Championship game.
Okay.
I'm walking by the ticket entrance, where it says VIP.
Right.
I'm walking by and I peek in. I said, "Oh, that's DC." I just tap on the door. I said, "Hey, DC." He opens the door, gives me this big hug, and says, "Oh my God." He goes, "How are you?" Anytime that I saw DC, he would stop me, give me a big hug. He was a great, great individual.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, he was. The first time I met him on the same day that I met Roger Craig. It was like a Sony convention thing. And man, these guys, so humble. Oh. You would never know they were football players. You seriously would never know that they were football players or someone in high regard because of the way they're very approachable.
Yeah. You know what? And I told you that was my last story. This is my last story. Maybe.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. So I'm down at Pebble Beach.
Everyone loves this stream. You have the floor, bro.
Thank you. So I'm down at Pebble Beach, and at the time I was helping out a golfer named Steve Elkington, who won the PGA, twice. And Elk's a great golfer. So many people know Elk. New Year's Eve. No, I'm sorry. It's Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So we're on the range. And I hear this voice, and it says, "Elk, what are you doing here?" I turn around. It's Huey Lewis. Hmm. So I'm standing there, and we got a guy named Kevin Thau with us, who at the time was a VP of Twitter. And all of a sudden, I hear this. Is that T. Jones? And I look behind Huey Lewis. It was Dwight Clark. He goes, "Oh my God." He gives me this big hug. We start talking. I introduce him to Kevin Thau. Kevin's a lifelong Niners fan. And he goes, "You know Dwight Clark?" I said, "He was my first GM. Like, yeah." And Kevin was so scared to talk to him. I said, "Just talk to him. He's a great guy." So they start talking. But Dwight Clark had no ego whatsoever. Nope. Ryan, I can't hear you. I think I lost you. I can't hear you. Okay. Nothing.
All right. How about now?
There you go. You're back.
All right. So what I was saying is, JP's like, "I can't hear you."
There you go.
He's like, "Dude, Beast, speak up." No. So I just want to say, like hearing stories like that from Dwight Clark, Roger Craig, Bob McKittrick, Bill Walsh. I mean, the stories you provide are it's great. Like you wouldn't get this anywhere else.
Right. And here's another guy that we didn't even touch on, Ronnie Lott.
We need to have him on here too.
Dude, I met Ronnie, of course, through the Niners.
Yeah.
And remember, and I want to say it was 2004 when we drafted. Was 2004 when we drafted Shante Spencer?
Oh, Shante Spencer. He's a good guy. I like him. I met him in Vegas.
Shante's a great guy. So Ronnie comes walking through the locker room one day during the off season.
Yeah.
And Ronnie always stops in and says hello to me and Jerry Attaway because he and Jerry go way back.
Yeah.
And Shante looked at me, and we had Mike Adams was in the office with me as well.
Mike Adams, yes, I remember him.
So Shante goes, "Is that Ronnie Lott?" I'm like, "Yeah, that's Ronnie." I said, "Do you want me to introduce you?" He goes, "You know Ronnie?" I said, "Yeah, I know Ronnie." So I introduced him to Ronnie. They start talking. Ronnie goes, "So what do you want to accomplish?" He goes, "We want to be as the best we can." He goes, "Okay." He goes, "I will make a deal with you. If you stay here during the off season and you work hard," he goes, "every Tuesday during the season, I will come in and watch game film with you and show you how to do it." And he did it.
Wow. Shante did?
Shante, Mike, and Ronnie. And I think they did. I think they did it for like 4 or 5 weeks straight. But Ronnie got he got busy with his businesses, but he did it. They sat there and would watch game film with Ronnie Lott, and I would peek in every now and then just kind of listen. Yeah,
like what to look for pre-snap.
Oh, the whole deal. Yeah,
That's
you know,
crazy.
because you know, Ronnie's one of the best,
Yeah.
and you know, and he would find things that other people just didn't see,
Hmm.
and he taught Shante and taught Mike Adams what to look for. So yeah,
That's interesting. Yeah, Shante Spencer, he came out of Pitt, right? Another kid that came out of Pittsburgh.
came out of Pitt, second round, I believe we drafted him.
Yeah, it was second round. You're right. I
Yeah,
think you're
you
right.
know,
I
and
think you're
you
right.
know,
I think he was a second rounder.
you know, and then you know Mike Adams, you know,
He
Delaware
was a safety. Mike Adams was a safety, right?
safety came out of Delaware,
That's right.
undrafted free agent,
Undrafted. Yeah.
and nobody thought he was going to make it, but
Yeah.
I give him credit. He stayed with us through the whole offseason.
Wow.
The whole offseason and worked his tail off. And then he just retired last year.
That's so interesting how these players, you know, like people would not, like I said, people wouldn't know about these stories. Like this is like gold. I can literally cut up this 4-hour video into like literally probably like 100 videos and monetize the crap, but it's too much work. But maybe I'll do some of it. But no, it's dude, this has been awesome. It feels like I've only been talking to you for like literally like an hour, and it's been 4 hours.
Exactly. You know what? Again, I appreciate you reaching out to me and having me on. It's been way too long since we've talked. You know,
dude, we got to do it more often, man. And we got to go and get Pierre on the show and with you on here too. That'd be cool if all three of us can hop on.
Oh, that'd be great.
Or either or, and then talk about what he wants to do and what he's trying to strive for with his compression socks. I mean, it's all about networking, right?
Right.
You talked about it. You have a PhD in networking, and so I wanna say, you know, I have a PhD in networking. So
you know, but it's all about loyalty and honesty and how you treat people. So yeah,
there you go. That's what it's all about here in the BEASTwriter family. And it's it's unfiltered talk, right? We call it how we see it. And if people don't like it, they can swipe left. But at the end of the day, what we have to say is of value, because again, hearing stories and sharing these stories and sharing information, I think that's a good thing. I think that's going to help create a better working environment, better better YouTube channel that we're trying to strive here in the BEASTwriter family, because again, everything of here is of value. Like everyone loved your show. Like literally people were on this for the whole 4 hours. Like I'm not joking. Literally people were watching this for the whole 4 hours. I thought that was amazing. But no, thank you so much, TJ. And you've been totally awesome and transparent. So mahalo for the love, bro. I appreciate it.
Hey, anytime. We'll do this again.
All right. That was TJ Terrell Jones from the BEASTwriter family channel. Thank you so much, everyone, for hopping on. That was such a great show having him on today, and good times, good vibes all the way around. We will be hopping on another live stream on, well, I think I'll do one later today, and I am going to have another one tomorrow. So I'll be hopping on after my workout. I'm going to do my pick 6 segment on the Aloha live stream. We're going to go ahead and do that. Dasig Warner says, thanks, TJ Jones. Yeah, TJ was awesome. Had a lot of great insight, great stories, and all the way around good vibes only here in the BEASTwriter family. So like I said, stay tuned and hit the subscribe button if you like the channel, you like the value, you like the BEASTwriter movement we are striving to shoot for here in the BEASTwriter family. Thank you, everyone, for your super chats and super stickers. I really appreciate it. And again, all proceeds will be funneled back to you guys in the BEASTwriter family as we launch our BEASTwriter family swag. We're going to be launching new game film breakdowns. So we're saving money for that, and we can go ahead and grow the channel that way. Thank you so much for tuning in. This was a really hot live stream. I'm going to get my workout in. I'll be posting some workouts because you guys are like, let's see some workouts, Beast. I want more workouts, and I am going to provide that for you. All right. So again, JP says, thanks, coach. And JP Edward de Dios, Arizona Cardinals fan base here in the BEASTwriter family channel. Thank you so much again. Talk to you soon. BEASTwriter out.